Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
Hey, what's going on, freaks? Busy day again, busy day. Anyways, yeah, so I spent the whole day, I was trying to watch this thing and record it, and I thought, okay, I can just download it, and it takes a long time for the 8-hour stream to upload. You know, this is a pool feed, by the way. I think today I'm using Law and Crime, but it's like a pool feed. It's I think Court TV is the one that's filming it, but it's for use of everybody. Okay. So then, you know, I had to download it, edited out stuff, and then I fixed the audio because it's really quiet. And unfortunately, on the same day that we're starting this trial, some Delphi, you know, like the interviews and stuff have been sent out. Now, I ordered the same thing, but just a couple days ago, you know, because I was waiting to, I wasn't at the trial, so I didn't know what the list was, and I had to try to find like a list of stuff, you know, like the exhibits, and I sent it off. So I ordered more things than the person who got them did, but, you know, I don't know how long it's going to take, but it's just frustrating. I don't think very many people are going to be watching. It's just, you know, I sped it up. This is only 2 hours and 33 minutes long, which is pretty cool. I mean, you know, to have it narrowed down, you know, and I did watch some of it. I don't think, you know, Lori wasn't horrendous up there. I mean, she's not the greatest, but I didn't think like, oh God, Jesus, what, you know, that never crossed my mind. So maybe that size right there. I was actually thinking, if she was an attorney, would you think she was crazy at certain points? And I don't think she did as bad as you would think, other than, you know, and there was a couple times like she caught the officer, he said nonchalant, and she goes, so you notice he was nonchalant? And he goes, I don't think I said that, but he did say that. You know, he did say that. You know, and there's a couple other times where the officer said that he left, like then he went home, but Lori didn't pick up on it because she's not an attorney. And then later he said his notes said that he was there till like 4 p.m. I mean, so it was like, man, he was there the whole day. So how come he didn't remember that he was there the whole day? And he said that he left early, you know, like right after it. But she didn't catch that, so there was no follow-up question on that. But while we're doing this, you guys, I hope you guys support the channel. I know people out there don't like when I say, hey, if you can please help support the channel, but I'm doing this tonight. Extra sort of thing here. So if you guys have the ability to support the channel during this live stream, I would appreciate it. I'm going to try not to interrupt that much, but you know, if we're dead as a doornail again, I'm going to have to say, hey, everybody, you know, I don't want to do that. I just want people to know that what we do here is you guys are sort of the backbone of what keeps the channel going and allows us as a channel to give away thousands of dollars each month, unlike the trolls on YouTube who attack me no matter where I go. They're always attacking every single comment that I make, everywhere, and they misrepresent the entire channel, etc. And one thing about that, the Tom Weber guy, Webster, he's the guy, he's going out there and he gets the, the audio and shit, but he's kind of there's something wrong with that guy, I mean, he actually has, one of his moderators is a YouTube channel that spends their entire time trashing me every single day, an entire YouTube channel trashing me into oblivion, and you have that person as your moderator, and you're supposed to sort of like be this ambassador, everybody's supposed to think you're some rational guy. I think it's ridiculous. And then I get, in this live stream, I get attacked endlessly to no end. It just keeps going by all the trolls, and it's never that they go, hey trolls, you guys, it's always everybody just calm down, like I'm part of it, and I never am. It's really frustrating. I don't know how to deal with it. It just sucks. So anyways, that's it, man. What a great day, huh? Hey, thanks Walker. And Amber Maiden, look at that. Gifted 5 memberships. Faraday, Dustin Eller, Will Warren, Christine Hawkins, and Rebby. All right. Anyways, here we go. Maybe I should, the color's kind of weird, right? I wonder what would happen if, let me save it so we don't lose anything. Let's see, if I click on that. Let's see. Yeah, RG, Magic Bullet, the looks, put that there. See if we can find a better one. Maybe not that one. Let's see. Hold on, I'm just trying to find, see, favorites. You want to do it in black and white, you guys? That'd be kind of cool looking. Look like an old school movie. This one right here, watch.
You messaged Alex to provide them with that religious authority to kill Charles.
That is what she sounds like. You guys want to do that one? We can do black and white. We can do, let's see. Hey, thanks so much, Suzf. Thank you, Gray. You put so much work into these videos and bringing us nightly lives. Yeah, no, it's a lot of work, that's for sure. You guys like that one, the black and white? Or how about if I get like, let's see. It's kind of dark though, the way it is currently. How about like that one? No, it's still kind of a weird coloring in there, isn't it? Yeah, Perry Mason, yeah.
After months of trying to get rid of him, they were finally ready.
I mean, notice how it's kind of like a yellow hue. It's kind of weird. And by the way, there was a jury number 3 who, I think they cut the mic, but I knew what they were saying. Juror number 3, her work said that they didn't want her to do this. So I think the judge, it's not even legal to do that. If you're called to jury duty, you cannot be, get in trouble by your work. Let me just zoom in here, get to the start right there. I'm just gonna, hey, thanks Suzf for gifting a membership. I'm just trying to find maybe a little bit better color here. Just a second. No, not that one. Uh-oh. I mean, if I take it off, it looks like this. Yeah, it's no different. Let's just do it.
I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it.
Okay, here we go.
I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel, too. She can't go to Utah. They're planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. Lori Daybell, the woman seated over here, wrote this to her brother Alex Cox on July 9th of 2019, 2 days before they killed Charles Vallow. But to understand why this is so meaningful, why this is relevant, you have to understand the context. So let's talk about it. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow was married to Charles Vallow. Lori Vallow lived here in Arizona, Chandler. Charles Vallow lived in Texas. In July of 2019, Lori Daybell was Lori Vallow, married to Charles Vallow. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to be Lori Daybell, wife of Chad Daybell. And in July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to keep the same lifestyle that she had with Charles. And she could get all of this if Charles was dead. She could marry Chad Daybell and become Lori Daybell. She would get a $1 million life insurance policy from Charles Vallow. She would get Social Security for herself and their son, JJ, as a child of a dead spouse. And all of this would be true if Charles Vallow was dead. So what about Nephi? Well, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox all believed that those who disagreed with them were dark, possessed by evil spirits, sometimes called Z's or zombies. Sometimes they had names for these evil spirits like Ned. Lori, Chad, and Alex used religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Lori used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban. On July 9th of 2019, Lori Vallow invoked Nephi when she messaged Alex to provide them with that religious authority to kill Charles. After months of trying to get rid of him, they were finally ready to be like Nephi. So how did this begin? We go back to 2018. Lori Vallow met Chad Daybell. You will learn that in November of 2018, that Chad Daybell came to Arizona for a Preparing the People conference. And he and others stayed at Lori and Chad's house. Charles was actually out of town with JJ. Lori and Chad acted as if there was nothing between them, but nothing could be further from the truth. By January of 2019, Lori Vallow claimed that Charles Vallow was possessed by an evil spirit that she called Ned. You will see text messages where Lori and Alex refer to him as Ned. During this trial, you're going to hear from some women who initially were close in Lori's circle. These women will tell you they met her through the Preparing the People conference. They are spiritual women within the LDS Church. And initially they found Lori's spirituality infectious. But the more they listened to Lori, the more they started to find concern with what she was saying. One of them called it red flags. Lori began saying things like she didn't need to repent, that she was beyond that. And you'll hear from these women that that goes against everything that their religion follows. Everyone must repent. You will hear from Serena Sharp that in March of 2019, she attended a girls' weekend with Lori and some other women. They went to the temple, they had lunch, they did volunteer activities, and then Lori asked them to do something a little unusual. She told them that her husband was possessed by an evil spirit, and she referred to that as Ned. She told them that Charles was no longer in his body. She asked them to come together and try to cast out this evil spirit. Serena will tell you that she didn't ask Lori what would happen to Charles if that evil spirit went. She only knew that she had said Charles was already gone. She didn't know if he would come back or his body would just die. Later that month, on March 26th of 2019, Alex Cox texted his sister, Lori Vallow, and said, quote, "Ned is still alive, just confirmed." Lori responded, "It's not Ned. It's a new one. Ned is gone. No one has seen him, right? Just talk to him, question mark." Alex said, "Correct. Charles' body is alive." "What did you learn, question mark?" And Lori responded, "A lot. Still working on it. We'll call you later." As the year went by, Lori and Alex became more determined to get rid of Charles Vallow's body, whatever they wanted to call him. You'll hear from Christina Atwood that she attended a gathering on June 9th of 2019. Again with Lori and some close friends, but this time, Alex Cox attended. This was the first time she had met him. Christina will tell you that she heard Alex say that he just wanted to kill Charles. In fact, she heard him say this a couple times. And she heard Lori say, in response, that she had been drugging Charles, crushing up JJ's pills and putting them in Charles's protein drinks. Christina will tell you she was so disturbed by this that she actually went and confronted Lori the next day and told her that if Charles ended up dead, she would have to go to the police. That's how disturbed she was. Now, Lori, of course, said it was all a joke. What else could she say? But 1 month later, Alex and Lori created that situation to be like Nephi and killed Charles. What about Charles? You're going to learn that Charles and Lori had been together for a long time. They had adopted one of Charles's family members' children, JJ. JJ was everything to Charles. JJ was the reason Charles and Lori were still together. You'll learn that Charles knew about Lori's beliefs, that he was called Nick or Ned or some name. You'll learn that Charles told a lot of people about this. And on February 26th of 2019, Charles made a big decision. He had a $1 million life insurance policy, and his wife, Lori Vallow, had been the beneficiary. He changed it. He changed it to his sister, Kay Woodcock. You will learn he did not have to notify Lori about it, and she had no idea. You'll learn that Charles desperately wanted to bring Lori back to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You will learn that he was close with Lori's brother, Adam, and he was reaching out to him during this time period. You will hear from Adam. Adam will tell you that he himself had heard the defendant say things that were outside the LDS religion, that she was translated. Charles was possessed. He knew she was no longer following the LDS faith. Then, June 28th, Charles found out that Lori and Chad were having an affair. You will hear that he reached out to Lori about it, Chad's wife, and out to Adam Cox about it. Now, you're going to hear about a lot of these things because the police executed numerous search warrants. You're going to hear that they executed search warrants on cell phone records, cell tower records, and iCloud accounts. You're going to learn that an iCloud account is basically a service through Apple where you can store everything, photos, emails, documents, whatever you want. This can be intentional, or sometimes it can be unintentional. Your phone or your computer may be saving items there without you even realizing it. You'll learn that for years, Lori Vallow had an iCloud account that was Lori for Style at iCloud.com. But after Charles learned about Chad Daybell on that June 28th, she created a new iCloud account, Lollytime at iCloud account. Many of these text messages between Lori and others that you're going to hear about at trial were recovered from those two iCloud accounts. You're also going to learn about Charles's cell phone. The police eventually recovered it, and they were able to extract the data, look at the messages and things that had been in there. And you're going to learn about those text messages with Adam Cox from July 9th through the 11th. You're going to hear from Adam that they were talking about an intervention, about maybe recording Lori, saying these things and taking those recordings to the stake president, or just confronting the stake president about it. They didn't have an exact plan. But on July 9th, Adam agreed to fly to Phoenix to help try to talk to his sister, talk to the stake president, get her back into this faith. Ultimately, Adam flew to Phoenix on the 10th, as did Charles. Adam will tell you that he actually, when he got his reservation on the 9th from Charles, reached out to his brother, Alex. He asked to stay with him. And Alex said, sure. You'll see phone records. They had a conversation about it. But when Adam flew into Phoenix on the 10th, remember, that's after that message by Lori that he needed to stay close to her. Adam tried texting his brother. Adam tried calling his brother. And Alex didn't respond. Adam didn't know that his brother Alex had been summoned to help his sister Lori be like Nephi, that it was time to kill Charles. The text messages from Lori to Alex about that intervention that she knew about and being like Nephi show that by the evening of July 9th of 2019, Lori knew that Charles was trying to have an intervention. An intervention. In that text message, remember, she said they are trying to have an intervention. She knew it was Charles and others. She also told her brother he had to stay close for the next couple days because she knew that she was going to be seeing Charles on the 11th. when he came over to pick up their son, JJ, to take him to school. She told him, "It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told."
As I said in the title, it's sped up. It's 35% faster, so that it's an hour shorter of time. Can you understand what she's saying? That's all I care about. Okay? Yeah, and so, like, you know, my wife comes in from the living room, and I had the other channel that I was watching the Delphi stuff on, and the guy on the screen goes, reads a comment by one of the idiots out there saying, "I don't like Gray, I don't like," and then, you know, it's just, that guy he's a passive-aggressive person, by the way. He always seems to read those type of why does he need to read those kind of comments? Kind of wonder about that. All right, but anyway, she came in here and just was telling me, and it just sucks. You know, these people are disgusting people. My channel was given $238,000 to true crime-related charities in 5 years. They never mentioned that part. Yes, on my show, I actively ask people to help support the channel so that I can continue to do that stuff. All right? I'm getting really tired of it, though. Okay? I don't want to have to ask. I just want people to support my channel, just like you've done tonight so far. But it's just, I mean, I don't know if you guys get it or not. It's sort of it's really frustrating for me. I don't want to ask. I just want to do my shows. And these people, it doesn't matter where I go, no matter what I say, they show up and they just go nuts, and they just don't have lives at all, okay? So anyways, on this show, if you guys could help support the channel so that we can continue to do all the great stuff that we do and allow me to keep doing the show, I would appreciate it.
And so will you. A few minutes after Lori had texted Alex that message on July 9th that they were going to be like Nephi, Alex called his sister Lori, and they talked for over 56 minutes, planning how they were going to get rid of Charles. Alex would stay close with his gun, and he and Lori would be like Nephi. July 10th of 2019 is a day before Charles was killed. We know from text messages that by 7:18 p.m., Alex was already at Lori's house. He brought a garbage bag with some clothes and an orange duffel bag with his .45 caliber handgun and 2 extra magazines of ammunition. He was prepared. We also know that the evening of July 10th, Charles sent a message to Lori letting her know that he would be over at 7:30 a.m. the next day to pick up JJ, to take him to school. Lori and Alex knew exactly when this murder would happen and where it would happen. They just had to make sure that Charles stayed in the house. You'll hear that on the evening of July 10th, Charles spent his last night alive on a date. He had been on several dating apps and appeared to be moving on. You will hear from his date, Nancy Jo, that she and Charles had met on an LDS dating site a few days before. You will hear that she had talked to him and texted him for hours. Sometimes they would talk for 3 hours on the phone. Nancy Jo will tell you that Charles told her about everything of his relationship, his wife's beliefs, everything that was going on. And he had told her about this change to the beneficiary of his life insurance. She will tell you it sounded like a lot of drama, but she still was interested and wanted to meet this person, and so they met that evening for dinner. She'll tell you that she understood on the 11th that Charles would be picking up his son, that he was actually going to meet a realtor about finding a place to rent here so he could be closer to JJ, and that he was going to try to get in touch with Adam to meet up. And then they were supposed to meet later in the day. She will also tell you that she actually told Charles, kind of joking, but in a way to end the drama, "Why don't you just tell Lori that you changed the life insurance policy so she knows it's not her?" Nancy Jo will tell you the next day, she texted Charles. She called him, and she actually thought he had ghosted her. She didn't know he was dead until a few months later when she saw something on the news, a photo of him, and actually learned that he had been killed on July 11th. So let's talk about July 11th. That morning, Lori Vallow was up early, and she was texting with Chad Daybell. You'll learn that we do not have those text messages. They were not saved in the iCloud, but we have them from the phone records. Alex was already at Lori's house with his gun, and everyone knew that Charles was a punctual person and would be there around 7:30 to pick up JJ so he could get to school. You're going to learn that, like many people, Charles had left his GPS data locating service on his phone. So that means when his phone is moving around, it was constantly documenting with GPS the location of the phone. During this trial, you're actually going to see this data mapped out. You'll be able to see Charles come to the house, and then you're going to see his phone leave with the defendant and what she does all day with it. What we know is that Charles arrived at Lori's house at about 7:35. He texted Adam Cox and told him that Alex, or Al, is here. You'll see from photos that Alex's truck was parked in the driveway. Adam responded, "Really, I wonder why he never called me back." Charles didn't respond to that. Adam then texted, "They're planning something." And Charles responded, "Absolutely." Adam told Charles, "I was supposed to spend the night at his house last night. She probably blocked that." Charles told Adam, "What you do is up to you." Adam then told Charles he was going to reach out to Alex and ask him to come get him and see what Alex would do. And in fact, he did text his brother. You'll learn that Charles read that text message from Adam, but he didn't respond. Adam sent one more text message to Charles at 7:49 a.m. on July 11th. He told him that he and his son were going to go play basketball at 8 p.m. to look for a specific church leader who was usually there and have a conversation with him. Charles Vallow never read that message, but you will learn that Lori and Alex did. Charles went to the front door at 5531 South Four Peaks Place, a house that he had rented for his wife, Lori Vallow, a house that he paid for. Charles would have had to knock on the door, alerting Lori and Alex that he was there. He got JJ, put him out in the car, and then Lori Vallow created the reason to keep Charles from just leaving with JJ. Lori Vallow wanted to stop this intervention. Lori Vallow wanted to stop Charles and Adam from trying to take her Temple Recommend away. Lori Vallow, who wanted to be Lori Daybell, and Lori Vallow, who wanted Charles's money. So Lori took Charles's cell phone, and she refused to give it back. Lori Vallow, or Lori Daybell, whatever name you want to call her by, is why Charles didn't just leave with JJ that morning. Lori Vallow is why Alex was able to shoot Charles. Lori Vallow is why Charles is dead. I want to tell you a little bit about the scene, this house, so you can understand what's happening here. When you walk in the front door, there's a big room. It was empty, no furniture. There were mirrors on 2 of the walls, windows on a 3rd wall, and the 4th wall had doorways going into the kitchen and a hallway off to the bedrooms. This is where Charles Vallow was killed. This is where Alex Cox shot him 2 times. The first shot to Charles Vallow was to his chest. It exited out his back. Charles Vallow fell to the ground. He put his left hand to this wound, and blood transferred onto it. You will hear from the medical examiner that this shot went through his heart, and that a person can take seconds to up to 2 minutes to die from that type of wound. You will hear that a person can still talk and move after they're shot in the heart. And we know Charles was able to move since he put his dominant left hand on his chest and transferred that blood to his hand. You will see that. As Charles lay on the floor of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, Alex Cox stood at his feet and fired a second shot. That shot entered his abdomen, and it exited his left shoulder. The angle was significantly upward. Dr. Baumgartner, who is the medical examiner, will tell you that this wound was shored. You will learn that shored means that there was something hard behind that wound. So when the bullet exited it, it caused a different tearing pattern than the other wound that exited Charles's back. It is this shored wound, this exit on Charles's left shoulder, that shows us that there was nothing accidental about this second shot. You will learn from the cell phone that at 7:49, Lori left left her house with Charles's cell phone, his wallet, his rental car, and JJ and Tylee. She drove to Burger King, Walgreens, dropped JJ off at school before she and her daughter Tylee drove back to the house. During this time, while Lori is driving around in Charles's car with his phone, she spoke with her brother Alex twice. The first call was at 7:52 a.m., 3 minutes after she left. The second call was at 8:06 a.m., 17 minutes after she left. You will hear that when Alex and Lori are talking, neither of them had called 911 yet. In fact, you will hear that Alex didn't call 911 until 47 minutes after Lori left. Charles Vallow lay dead on the floor of that house for 47 minutes before he called 911. During this 47 minutes, Alex began staging the scene and making mistakes. You're going to learn that the police found a bat that was located on the right side of Charles to the north of his head. Like he had been holding it, and when he was shot and fell, it dropped, it rolled up against one of the walls that had mirrors on it. What you're going to learn that is Alex forgot that Charles was left-handed. In fact, you're going to learn that Charles was a semi-professional baseball player. He pitched and he batted left-handed. So that bat was on the wrong side. Next, you're going to hear about an injury to Alex himself. Lori had told police that Charles hit Alex in the head with this bat before Alex shot Charles. Classic self-defense. But in all cases, we must look at the physical evidence because it doesn't lie. And the physical evidence doesn't have a bias or a memory loss. Sometimes it's the lack of physical evidence that doesn't lie. So again, we know that this room where Charles was shot had no furniture, mirrors, 2 walls. You'll learn that although Lori claimed that Charles hit Alex with that bat and then Alex shot him in self-defense, that Alex's gun had no blood transferred on it. Alex was allegedly struck in the head with a bat by a semi-professional baseball player. Doesn't go unconscious, and he never touches that injury. Pulls out a gun, is able to shoot this man twice, and then he takes the gun down a hallway and puts it into a room. Never apparently touching his head or this wound. And again, Lori says that Alex was hit with the bat in this room by Charles. But again, what we don't see is any blood on the floor. Charles strikes Alex in the head with a bat. They're grappling on the ground. There's not a single drop of blood on the ground in that room. There's pooling of blood around Charles as he lay there on the ground. There's not a drop of blood going down the hallway to where Alex put the gun. There's not a drop of blood in the room where Alex put that gun. There's not a drop of blood on the floor in the kitchen where Alex went to go wash his hands. There are no towels, sheets, clothing, napkins with blood on them, where Alex was holding his head and trying to stop this bleeding from this injury. You will see on body-worn camera, Alex Cox, who's on with 911, come out of the house. He will have a phone in one hand and his other hand up, and you will notice that he actually has a pair of sunglasses resting on the top of his head. You will see at some point, Alex sits down, and they ask him to move to another location. They talk to him for a while, and then you'll see him eventually touch his head a few times, and then he obtains a napkin or towel, something, and you'll see him at times rubbing his head, patting it. That is the only bloody item you will see. Those sunglasses on Alex's head. He is struck in the head by a baseball player while grappling on the ground. He then pulls out a gun and shoots his brother, puts away this gun, deals with his injury, and yet those sunglasses are still right there on the top of his head. No blood on the floors, no blood on the gun, no damage to the mirrors, bat on the wrong side. The lack of physical evidence to help support this self-defense claim. Next, trajectory. The medical examiner will talk to you about the trajectory through Charles's body. The detectives are going to talk to you about the trajectory through the room. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that the trajectory of that first shot to Charles, the one that went through his chest, through his heart, and out his back, was front to back and slightly downward. It will be less than an inch downward. The detectives will tell you that the bullet from that shot, actually, as it exited Charles's back, ended up across the room in the baseboard. They pulled it out and recovered it. Both of them will say that this shot is consistent with Charles being standing upright with a person in front of him. The gun could be slightly down, or his hand could cause that little bit of downward angle. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that that second shot that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder, that the trajectory of that shot was front to back and significantly upward, 13 inches upward. Dr. Baumgartner is also the one who will tell you about that shored wound. What you will hear from the detectives, though, is that when they found Charles on the ground, off to the side of his left shoulder was the other bullet on the ground, not embedded. They'll also tell you that when they finally moved Charles, they took his body away, they cleaned up the blood on the ground, and they noticed a defect in the flooring, in the wood, consistent with a bullet striking the ground. That defect was located where Charles's left shoulder had been. You will hear that both Dr. Baumgartner and the detectives found the trajectory. The wounds were consistent with Charles laying on the ground, Alex being at his feet when that second shot was fired. The physical evidence does not lie. Charles was on the ground when Alex Cox fired that second shot. The injuries to Charles, the location of the bullet strikes, the trajectory of the injuries both in Charles and in the house all show this was not self-defense. This was a staged murder scene. I told you that Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 a.m., and we know this because of Charles Vallow's cell phone. The 911 call was placed at 8:36 a.m., 47 minutes later. The police arrived at 5531 South Four Peaks Place at about 8:41 a.m. Lori Vallow and her daughter Tylee returned to the house at 8:48 a.m. When the police first contacted Lori Vallow, they thought she had no idea that her husband was dead, that he'd been shot and killed. Initially, you will see body cam footage of an officer going up and just getting her information. Lori doesn't ask, why are all these police here? Why is there a fire truck here? Why is my brother sitting on the ground over there? Is he okay? Instead, she comments about her neighbors. You'll learn that the police then pulled her aside to do what they call a death notification, to let her know that her husband was dead. Only to their surprise, she told them she knew she was there. So at this point, the police knew they needed to take her to the police station and question her. You'll learn that Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police. She was treated very kindly. The police asked her what happened. Lori Vallow told the police that she took Charles's cell phone. She admitted that she was the reason that Charles didn't just leave and take JJ to school. She told police in no uncertain terms that Charles was demanding his phone back, and she refused to give it back. She told the police that even as Charles screamed at her for his phone, she walked away from him, wouldn't give it to him. No matter what happened or what Charles said or did, she would not give his phone back to him. Lori told police that her daughter Tylee came out of the room during the screaming with a bat, that Charles took it away from Tylee, and Tylee fell on the ground, and she told Tylee to go out to the car with JJ. She still didn't return the phone. She told police that Alex came out, that he and Charles got into this scuffle with the bat, that Charles hit him in the head with the bat. She still didn't give Charles back the phone. What she did instead was take his phone and go around that wall into the kitchen. Left the situation. Time to let brother Alex be Nephi. While she's in the kitchen, she said she heard the gunshot, came out, saw Charles on the ground, and her brother standing at Charles's feet. Then she told the police she left. You'll learn that the police actually had no idea that Lori still had Charles's phone. Even when they're interviewing her, she still had it. Police are processing the house, looking for it. Where is it? They can't find it. Later in the afternoon, you'll hear that the police actually called Lori and Alex and asked them to come back to the scene. And when Lori arrived, they told her they couldn't find Charles's phone. And she told the detective that she found the phone in the car. Found it in the car. She gave Charles's phone to Detective Enplan and then provided her with Charles's PIN number to get into the phone. You'll learn that after those interviews in the morning, Lori and Alex went back to Alex's house in Sandham. And there they went through Charles's phone. You'll learn that Alex actually took photos of some of the messages between Charles and Adam, including Adam's flight reservations. And he later sent those to his sister, Lori. July 11th. Lori didn't tell any of Charles's family he was dead. She didn't tell Adam that Charles was dead. She certainly knows they'd been talking. The next day, Lori texted Charles's sons from his prior marriage and told them, "Your dad is dead." Charles's sons reached out to their Aunt Kay about this, and you'll learn that Kay and her husband had to Google this, see if it was true. They found out that Charles had been shot. So what about the money? That life insurance policy. Charles Vallow had $1 million life insurance policy. When he got it, his wife, Lori Vallow, was the beneficiary. We know that Charles died on a Thursday, July 11th. That next Monday, July 15th, Lori Vallow called Banner Life Insurance. The call was recorded, and you will hear it. She told the agent that Charles had been accidentally shot. It was an accident. And that she was the beneficiary. Both of those statements are not correct. There was nothing accidental about that shooting, and she was not the beneficiary. 3 days later, on July 18th, Lori Vallow learned that she was not the beneficiary. Banner Life Insurance could not and would not tell her who Charles had changed it to. But Lori was angry about it. And you're going to learn that on July 18th of 2019, there's another very important text message in this case. The first one on July 9th, between Lori and Alex, when they discussed being like Nephi. And on July 18th, 7 days after Lori and Alex killed Charles, and Lori learns she is not getting $1 million life insurance policy, she sends a message to Chad Daybell. Quote, "So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. You can't tell me who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get $4,000 a month from SS." In this text message, Lori tells Chad that it was probably Ned, that evil spirit inhabiting Charles's body, that changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of him, before they killed him. After Lori found out that she was not the beneficiary, she was so angry that she actually went through Charles's laptop, found the beneficiary change form, sent photos of that to Chad, and she also confronted Kay about it. The $1 million she had expected to get was gone, but as Lori told Chad on the 18th, she was still going to get money from the death of Charles. Lori knew already that a month before going to see Social Security, how much money she would get for JJ and for herself as a caregiver as a result of Charles being killed. $4,000 a month. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in this case is going to show you that Lori Vallow, Daybell, conspired with her brother Alex Cox to kill her husband, Charles Vallow. When Charles let Lori know he was coming into town, she quickly got the pieces into place. Alex came to her house with a gun. Lori created the way to keep Charles inside the house so that Alex and she could be like Nephi, to kill Charles Vallow to better, at least her life, so she could be with Chad and she could live off that life insurance policy. As we go through this trial, you will see photos of Charles's injury, photos of the crime scene, and hear testimony that will prove that this was not self-defense. As we go through this trial, you'll be provided with phone calls, emails, text messages, and hear testimony that lays out the motive for this murder: money and Chad Daybell. You will see text messages and hear from people who Lori trusted and who were later pushed away, people who really don't want to be part of this trial, but were pulled into it by this defendant and her desire to get rid of Charles to be with Chad. People who heard Lori for months saying Charles was gone, possessed. People who will establish that this murder was premeditated. You will hear text messages from July 9th by Lori to her brother Alex Cox, that he had to stay near her, that it was all coming to a head, and she would be like Nephi, and so would he. A justified killing, just like the prophet. And later, the text message to Chad where she told him that Charles changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of Ned. A confession by Lori of how religion and money were twisted to justify Charles's murder. At the end of this trial, the state will come to you and ask you to hold the defendant responsible for the death of Charles Vallow and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
All right. Will the defendant be giving an opening statement? Okay. Because of the lunch hour, your opening statement will start after lunch. I'm going to excuse the jury for lunch. I'm going to ask juror 3 to stay back. I need to talk to you about something. Please remember the admonition, jurors. We'll see you. Let's start. Everyone be back in the jury room about 1:20 p.m. and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right, right, guys. We're just kind of slogging along here, I'm trying to reach the goal on the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. We're not even close right now, and the only way to justify doing more days is if we're reaching goals and still doing well. Okay, I'm sorry if you guys get bored of the same case all the time, but I find the Koberger case interesting, and I like to cover that. And if that's the case that you guys, only support the channel in when I cover it, then that's what we'll have to do. But if you're watching the channel and you like to, help support the channel, I would appreciate it. I'd like to keep going on the Lori Vallow Daybell case since we covered it since the beginning. All right, but I need to have the support be the same, just like I mention all the time when we cover the cold cases. Is that something we can do tonight, you guys? All right.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. The attorneys are present. The defendant's present. The jury is not present. We ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring in the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have been charged with a crime. A serious
No thanks what? Clam ban. You don't want to do the Lori Chad Daybell?
crime. And the only question here is, did I commit this crime? Conspiracy. Conspiracy is an agreement between two or more people to commit a crime. Okay, so you see, okay. There has to be an agreement. There has to be a plan. The evidence in this case will show that Charles Vallow and I got married in February 2006. It will show that it was my fourth marriage and Charles' third marriage. At that time, we each had 2 children. I had Colby, who was 9, and Tylee, who was 3. Charles had Cole, who was also 9, and Zach, who was 7. The evidence will show that our family moved from Austin, Texas to Chandler, Arizona in 2009. The evidence will show that Charles and I adopted our great-nephew, JJ, who was born in 2012. It will also show that Charles and I were married for over 13 years and were raising 5 children. The evidence will show that I was a licensed cosmetologist and worked as a hairstylist for 20 years while we lived in Austin, Texas. The evidence will show that Charles was a licensed life insurance salesman and worked as an independent contractor, selling life insurance policies and annuities, and owned his own business. The evidence will show that Charles and I purchased life insurance policies early in our marriage, and Charles had them issued to the maximum amount possible to each of us. The evidence will show that Charles was 17 years older than me, and that because of Charles' age and an issue that he had with high blood pressure, the maximum amount of life insurance that could be approved for Charles was $1 million. The maximum amount of life insurance that I could be approved for because of my age and my health was $2 million. The evidence will show that throughout our 13-year marriage that we always had life insurance policies. When a 10-year policy lapsed, Charles would shop for another company who would approve us for the maximum amount of life insurance. The evidence will show that this was Charles' job. This is what he did. I helped him in this business, and this is what he did. The evidence will show that in 2016, Charles repurchased a new $2 million life insurance policy on me, and he was the sole beneficiary. The evidence will show that Charles and I had a happy marriage for 13 years. That he was, in fact, a baseball player, and that he played high school, college ball, and AAA ball, and that he was, in fact, a left-handed pitcher, a southpaw, they call him, but he was a right-handed batter, as could be attested to by anybody who knew Charles well and his high school baseball coach, Greg Davis. The evidence will show that Tylee was, and in 2014, our family moved from Chandler, Arizona to Kauai, Hawaii. We lived there for 3.5 years and returned to Chandler in 2017. The evidence will show that Tylee was 3 years old when Charles and I got married, and that when she became a teenager, the relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist, to stop them from fighting. The evidence will show that together, Charles and Tylee met with this therapist after we moved back to the mainland in 2017. The evidence will show that in April of 2018, Tylee's biological father passed away from a heart attack. And at that time, Charles called Social Security and made an appointment at the Social Security office.
Object to hearsay?
Sustained.
It will show that we did get Social Security for Tylee for her deceased father until she was 18 years old, and she was 15 years old at the time. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting increased greatly in January of 2019 when Charles and I temporarily separated. The evidence will show that Several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles that increased to physical in 2019. Charles and Tylee had major increasing arguments, 2 in February of 2019, 1 of March in 2019, which was captured on video, 1 in May of 2019, 1 in June of 2019, and then the worst of all in July 2019. The evidence will show that in March of 2019, Charles pulled JJ out of his special school and moved him to Houston, Texas, while we were temporarily separated. Tylee and I then joined Charles and JJ in Texas in April 2019 to reconcile. The evidence will show that JJ was diagnosed with severe autism when he was 3 years old while we lived in Hawaii. The evidence will show that for 2 years, JJ was attending a school in Gilbert, Arizona, a special school for children with autism. It's called Lawrence Life Academy. The evidence will show that in June of 2019, in JJ's best interest, Tylee, JJ, and I moved back to Chandler, Arizona to re-enroll JJ back in Lawrence Life Academy since he had a difficult time with the Houston, Texas schools with no services for his autism. The evidence will show that Charles and I agreed it was in JJ's best interest to be in school where more services were available to him, so Charles and I rented a house here in Chandler. On the day in question, July 11th, 2019, Charles and I were renting 2 houses, one in Houston, Texas, where he mainly resided, and one in Chandler, Arizona, where I resided with our 2 minor children, Tylee and JJ. By this time, our 3 older boys, Colby, Cole, and Zach, were adults and not living at home any longer. The evidence will show that during the months of June and July, that my husband, Charles Vallow, began to send me threatening text messages. These messages were seen by my sister, Summer, and that worried her. The evidence will show that Charles insisted on flying into Phoenix on July 10th, as we've heard from the state. The evidence will show that I advised Charles that he could not stay with us at the Chandler house because he could not get along with Tylee, and I did not want them to get into another fight like they had 3 weeks prior. The evidence will show that it was ultimately decided between...
I think what the evidence shows is that you knew that there was volatility there and used that. And I think, the fact that Tylee's story matches so perfectly, there's no way in hell that they, I guess it's possible that they trained Tylee to say that, and they knew that and she was part of knowing that they were going to kill him, and that's why they eventually killed her, because she knew that information. So that, there's a couple ways to look at it. Like it was she tried to make it seem like a natural event so that Tylee's memory would be exactly what everybody saw. Everybody's looking at it. So let's say there's this fight going on that she created by keeping his phone in her hands, and that would obviously irritate him. And then a scenario was created where there was like anger and physicalness, and then Tylee and Lori leave, and then there's a gunshot, and then everything after that is just the word of Alex, right? And so before that, though, it's supported by Tylee and Lori, so that way it would seem normal, all right?
Between Charles and I on text messages that he would stay in a hotel because he traveled for business.
Or seem believable because it matched.
All the time and stayed in hotels all the time. And that I would book it for him since I worked for him and booked all of his travel. The evidence will show that Charles did in fact fly into Phoenix on Wednesday, July 10th, and stayed in the hotel that I booked for him. The evidence will show that Charles paid to fly my brother Adam Cox into Phoenix from Kansas on the same day, Wednesday, July 10th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles planned to come to our Chandler home and pick up JJ and drive him to school on Thursday morning, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will also show you that Lawrence Life Academy opens its gates at 8:25 a.m. in the morning. And the evidence will show that Charles showed up at our Chandler residence around 7:30 in the rental car I booked for him on the morning of Thursday, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles began texting with my brother Adam Cox before he entered our residence, and that Charles and Adam were discussing in their text communications that my other brother Alex Cox was at the residence. The evidence will show that on the morning of July 11th that Tylee was asleep in her room and my brother Alex was asleep in the guest room. The evidence will show that when Charles entered the house, only JJ and I were awake and present. The evidence will show that after we put JJ in the rental car, that Charles came back into the residence to receive his phone, leaving JJ in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running. He was 7 years old. The evidence will show that Charles began to scream at me when I refused to hand him his phone.
All right, but why didn't you hand him his phone? See, that's what I'm saying. It's just, why didn't you give him his phone? So it's your fault that the car was running with JJ in it. Because you wouldn't give him the phone, I don't know.
The evidence will show that Charles screaming woke up Tylee and Alex.
Oh, screaming woke him up. Okay.
The evidence will show that Tylee came out of her room with a bat to protect me, her mother, from her stepfather, Charles Vallow. The evidence will show that Tylee and Charles fought over the bat, and that after a struggle over the bat, Tylee fell onto the ground, and Charles lifted up the bat to hit Tylee with the bat.
Yeah, yeah. You know what's weird is if you juxtapose this crying over that situation with her showing up and giggling with the cop, it doesn't. It's just complete garbage.
The evidence will show that Alex then intervened to protect Tylee from being hit with the bat. He did not have a gun. He was not wearing a shirt. He was pulling up his jeans because he just woke up and came into the room where he heard the screaming.
What?
The evidence will show that Alex and Charles got into a physical struggle for the bat and fell onto the ground.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if all
Evidence
this...
will show that Tylee, who was on the ground, was lifted up by me and sent outside to get away from the struggle and to protect JJ, who was still in the running car, in the rental car.
No, you took her outside so she wouldn't see the final shooting, where it wasn't anything like what he said.
In the driveway. The evidence will show that after the struggle on the ground between Charles and Alex, that Charles prevailed with the bat and began to come towards me with the bat as I ran away from him into the kitchen. The evidence will show that at some point while I was running away from Charles, who was chasing me with the bat, that Alex apparently retrieved his gun. The evidence will show that I ran outside to the children and that Alex shot Charles in self-defense.
Wow,
the evidence
miracle.
will show that Tylee and I had both run outside without shoes. The evidence will show that JJ was still in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running and struggling to get out of the car, and Tylee was trying to keep him in. The evidence will show that Tylee and I got into the rental car with JJ and drove away. The evidence will show you that I drove the children away from the residence towards JJ's school. Can I grab a tissue?
Yep.
The evidence will show that I drove the children through the Burger King drive-thru that Charles had promised JJ. The evidence will show that we continued to drive towards JJ's school and that the gate was not yet open at JJ's school. So we drove a block west of the school to a Walgreens where I ran in to purchase flip-flops for Tylee and myself so that we could walk JJ into school on the hot pavement. The evidence will show that...
See, I wouldn't be surprised if all of that is like a real thing that is set up to look like that. Because Alex came there with a gun ready to shoot. He said he brought the gun. He was going to go target shooting. Oh, that explains it. Except Lori said that she had him come to protect her. All right, so that means he came with the gun to protect Lori, and that's not even true. He came with the gun because they were going to set up a scenario to kill Charles. So all the other stuff could absolutely be real. Like, oh yeah, because then the story of self-defense becomes more real, but that isn't true because now we know that, Alex killed JJ, Tylee, shot at Brandon Boudreaux, and also shot at Tammy Daybell. Okay, this guy was the killer.
Tylee and I returned directly to our residence where we met with police in our driveway. The evidence will show that we were spoken to by the Chandler police officers.
We're down to 155 people watching, and basically the support has dwindled, so it's not looking good for day 2.
And the evidence will show that Tylee and I were told by the Chandler police detectives that Charles had passed away. The evidence will show that we were put into a police van and driven to the Chandler Police Department. The evidence will show that Alex was taken by police in a police car to the Chandler Police Department, and that we were all 3 separated into interrogation rooms and we were each interviewed. The evidence will show that next, Tylee and I were brought back together into a room at the Chandler Police Department and were introduced to a victim's advocate who was very kind to us. The evidence will show that after speaking to the victim's advocate, that Tylee, Alex, and myself were put back into the police van and driven back to our residence. We were directed by the Chandler detectives to take the rental car and return later to the residence after we picked up JJ from school. The evidence will show that we did as instructed by the Chandler detectives. The evidence will show that we drove to Alex's residence where we attended to the wound on the back of his head.
The evidence will show that Alex was then contacted by the Chandler detectives to return to the residence so that Alex could walk them through the events that occurred with the detectives at the residence. The evidence will show that Alex, Tylee, and I did return to the residence as instructed. And the evidence will show that Alex entered into the residence with Detective Moffat, but that Tylee and I were met by Detective Inklin in the front yard. The evidence will show that at the time, Detective Inklin asked Tylee and myself if we had Charles' cell phone. Tylee retrieved Charles' cell phone from the rental car and gave it to Detective Inklin at 3:11 p.m. on July 11th, 2019. And at that time, Charles' phone was placed in the custody of Chandler Police detectives. The evidence will show that Detective Inklin asked us if we knew the passcode on Charles' phone, which Tylee proceeded to give to Detective Inklin. The evidence will show that Tylee and I left the residence to pick up JJ from school, while Alex remained at the residence with the detectives. The evidence will show that by the time Tylee, JJ, and I returned to the residence, that all police, EMS, CSI, and detectives were gone from the residence and only Alex remained. The evidence will show that the next day, I contacted Chandler Police to inform them that Charles' belongings were still at the hotel. I asked the detective if I should go get them, and I was told that they would take care of it. The evidence will show that I asked the detectives, what should we do next? And they directed us that they would contact us in about 3 weeks after their supervisor passed off their reports and Alex could go to the police station and retrieve his gun. The evidence will show that the last thing I heard from Chandler Police Department until June of 2021, 2 years later, when I received a grand jury indictment from them for this alleged crime. The evidence will show that Chandler Police treated this incident as self-defense.
And object to that?
Objection sustained. The jury should disregard that last statement.
The evidence will show you that my brother, Alex Cox, passed away on December 12th, 2019, almost exactly 5 months to the day after Charles, my husband, passed away. The evidence will show that Alex passed away from a blood clot in his lung.
Objection, then.
I'll sustain the objection. It's not relevant for this matter.
The evidence will show you that I am the only person being charged with this crime.
I would object to the relevance of that.
Sustained.
As the state has mentioned, they're alleging that insurance money was my motive. Social Security was my motive. Spouses having insurance policies is not a crime. Collecting Social Security is not a crime. Self-defense is not a crime. A family tragedy is not a crime. It's a tragedy. Thank you.
All right, the state can call its first witness.
Thank you, if I may go get him. Sir, would you please tell the jury your name?
My name is Sergeant Erwin Wurzbicki. I work for the Chandler Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
June will be 10 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I had 10 years in Illinois.
Back on July 11th of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was working as a patrol officer, I believe in Beat 18.
And what were your hours?
0600 to 1600.
Is that 6 a.m.?
6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yes.
Thank you. Were you dispatched to a residence at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you dispatched for?
I was a shooting.
Were you the first on the scene when you arrived?
I
What did you
wasn't.
see? Okay. What were you wearing at the time?
I was in full patrol uniform.
Does the Chandler Police Department, back then, did they have body-worn camera?
They did.
And can you describe where that was and how that works?
I believe back then I wore it on my left shoulder.
Okay. And how does it get activated?
You have to press a button and it'll turn it on.
Does it normally record audio?
Yes.
And did you have that on and did you activate it when you arrived to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other officers on scene at some point when you got there?
After I arrived, yes.
Sorry about that.
What other officers arrived on scene?
Right after I arrived, Officer Krautheim arrived.
Can you describe to us sort of what happened as you get to the scene? How did you guys, you and Officer Krautheim, handle the situation?
When I was getting out of the car, I believe the gentleman that called in was still on the phone, and we advised dispatch to tell him to come out with nothing in his hands except his phone. As he opened up or came out the front door, I started giving him commands as what I wanted him to do.
So you're talking with dispatch. Is that the same as 911?
Yes, the same dispatch center.
So is the person who's talking to the 911 person then just relaying information to you?
Yes.
Okay. So you're able to tell that tell dispatch to tell the person to come out?
Yes.
Did you and Officer Krautheim have someone come out?
Yes.
Can you describe for us the person's demeanor as they're first exiting?
He was very nonchalant, very compliant with us.
Okay. You said he still had his phone?
Yes.
Do you recall if his other hand was up?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall where he came out of from the house?
He came out the front door.
Okay. When he exited the house, what did you guys have him do?
We gave him commands to come towards us and then have a seat on the curb.
Okay. So there's just 2 of you officers still at this point?
Yes.
What did you do at this point?
I decided to go check for anybody that was injured inside and clear the house to make sure there was nobody else in there.
Okay. What did Officer Crowthorne do?
I believe he started speaking to the gentleman that we had come out the house.
So he stayed outside?
Yes.
And you went into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talk about clearing the house, can you tell us what that means? What do you do?
We just wanted to make sure that if anyone needed aid rendered to them, we could render aid to them, or if there are any more suspects in the residence, that we could try to apprehend them.
Does that mean that you walked through the entire house?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And all that's when your body cam is on?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first entered that house, can you describe for us what you saw when you walked in that front door?
Yeah, initially, when I walked in, it opened up into like a day room or something like that, and just off to the right, I saw somebody laying on the ground, motionless.
Did you notice anything about that room?
It was empty.
So no furniture?
No furniture, yeah, it was just an empty room.
The person that you saw to the right, male or female?
Male.
And can you describe how you saw him laying on the ground?
Yeah, he was laying on his back, I believe with both of his hands to his side, motionless, and then I went up over to him to check his pulse.
Is that standard for police to check the welfare of any potential victims?
Yes.
When you checked the pulse, did you find one?
No.
Did you notice anything else about this victim?
Yeah, I noticed that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest area, and there was blood pooling in like his kind of like neck collar area.
Did he appear to still be alive to you?
No.
As part of your job, both with your prior experience in Illinois and your experience here in Arizona, have you seen deceased people before?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think this person was dead?
Yes, ma'am.
If you didn't think he was dead, are police trained to do CPR?
Yes, ma'am. We're all certified to.
Would you have done that if you believed that would have helped him?
Absolutely.
So even though a person appears deceased to you, is fire still called out to check on them?
Yes.
Why is that?
They go through their own process and procedures, and I believe they usually give the official time of death.
Okay. Did you notice anything else in that room where that male was lying?
I can't think of anything right now, no.
Do you recall seeing any projectiles on the ground near the victim?
Objection, leading.
It's a yes or no question.
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. When you walked in the house after you saw this male on the ground, did you continue through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that to clear it?
Yes.
And will paramedics or fire come in if you haven't cleared the house yet?
Usually no.
So they want to make sure it's okay as well?
Yes.
After you cleared the house, did you, or as you were clearing the house, did you ever locate any weapons?
Yes, I believe we located a firearm in one of the back bedrooms.
Okay. Did you touch that in any way?
I don't recall.
Okay. After you cleared the house, did fire enter?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did fire do?
They began to try to render aid to the victim.
By the time fire came in, were other officers now on scene?
Yes.
Were you still wearing and recording with your body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the body cam, you told us that it's on your shoulder, does it always show where you're looking?
No.
So your eyes or your head can be turned to a different direction than what the camera is actually
Yeah,
showing?
if I was turning talking to the judge, my camera would be facing the crowd.
I want to show you a video. And if I can have my paralegal bring that up and have him identify it. And so if you can just look at that and let me know if you recognize that as your body cam minus the audio of it.
Yeah, that's my body cam.
Do you recognize that as you in it?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And you have previously watched that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit exhibit number 2, I believe. Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Two's admitted.
And Your Honor, if we may publish it.
You may.
And it wasn't leading, though, at all.
So this is the house you're walking up to.
It was like the
Correct.
most
Yes, ma'am.
unleading
As you're
question
talking
in
to
the world.
dispatch?
Yes.
She didn't even know what it meant. See, we've played all these videos 1,000 times.
And this is the individual that is coming out that you asked dispatch to have come out?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that Officer Krautheim in the back?
It is.
So now we can see him a little bit.
Are you announcing?
Yes, ma'am.
That's standard.
Yes.
That where you checked to see if this male had a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's right, Timothy. I'm trying to explain to people I can't afford to do the show again, a second night of this, if we're not doing the same thing that we were just doing. The channel is doing well covering Kohberger, and if we're going to switch topics,
the
we
weapon
need
that
to
you
be
told
doing
us that you
well
found.
again.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you letting people know on your radio that you found a weapon?
I believe so, yes.
You told us that other officers were arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we see here happening?
Yes.
And is fire also starting to come in?
I believe they were right behind him, yes.
But you continue to clear the rest of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure whether just not, I mean, I guess there's the bodies on the ground.
So what do
we
we
can't
see
play
there?
It appears that the fire is rendering aid to the victim, or attempting to.
Were you walking around trying to find identification for the individual on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
I guess you guys have spoken.
Were you able to ever find an identification for him?
I was not.
So no wallet laying around?
No.
No ID in his pocket?
I didn't check his pockets, but no, I don't think fire found one.
So you're kind of talking with them to let them know who this is as well?
Yes.
Because they're documenting it?
Yes.
And is that the individual who came out with the phone from the house?
Yes, ma'am.
One that dispatch and 911 told to come out?
Yes.
When you were interacting with him there, what was his demeanor like?
He was extremely calm.
You told us that you were looking for the wallet for this individual. Did it seem unusual to you that you couldn't find one?
I wouldn't say it was unusual. I didn't know if he lived there or not, so I just kind of looked around to see if there was anything laying around.
Is this you still trying to see if there's anything in the residence that might be related to that individual?
I think I was just giving Officer Cohen a recap of what I already went and looked through.
What I've shown defense counsel or defendant exhibits 3 and 4. I have a paralegal and goes to up to where it goes wrong. Do you recognize those as sort of screenshots of 2 different views during your body cam footage?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibits 3 and 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
3 and 4 admitted.
And if I may publish them. So in this photo, when you were looking at it, were you able to see here's where you are checking to see the pulse of this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this also reflect what you had talked about of the blood pooling that had run towards his neck area?
Yes.
Exhibit 4. Is this sort of when we first see you walk back in and we see fire working on the individual?
Yes.
You told us that when that individual who was on the call with 911 came out, that you observed the phone with him. He was kind of holding it.
Yeah.
Did you ever see any other phone in the house as you were looking around? Anything obvious laying around?
I don't recall, no. I don't believe I did.
No phone on the ground near the deceased male?
Not that I recall, no.
After you had cleared the house, allowed fire to enter, and other officers were arriving, were you tasked with going out to put up some crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It's just tape that keeps the general public out, keeps the media out, so we have a secure scene, and it doesn't get tainted by anybody or anything.
So that included both the house and some of the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that sort of end your involvement?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
It's Sergeant. Where's buc-ee? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I like to get that right. Okay. You said that the individual exiting the house was nonchalant. Is that correct?
I don't know if I use those words, but he seemed very calm, yes.
Very calm.
Yes.
Is that the same thing to you as nonchalant?
I wouldn't use that word, so I would say he looked very calm and unbothered.
But you said nonchalant a minute ago.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. Does everyone act the same in a stressful situation that you've experienced? No. Are you qualified to give someone a psychological evaluation?
No.
No. You put your hand on my husband's neck for checking for a pulse, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you did when you first came in?
Yes.
Did you perform CPR?
No.
No. Why not?
Because it was apparent to me that he was deceased.
And that's not your protocol?
To what?
To perform CPR until fire comes in?
Not if it's going to make it even worse because they had apparent gunshot wounds to the chest.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, if I start pumping on his chest, it's going to start spewing blood out of his chest even at a more rapid pace.
So when the 911 operator was telling my brother to do that, that same thing would happen?
All depends on when the call came into dispatch.
But I'm saying if you're doing CPR on someone with a gunshot wound in the chest, on the chest.
Could, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you said something else. You said fire gives official time of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that time of death? Do you know?
I do not recall.
And you cleared the house before fire came in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were looking for some kind of identification?
When
Yes.
I cleared the house,
Yes.
I was looking for other potential victims and or suspects.
Okay. But you were told on the phone that no one else was in the house but Alex. Is that correct?
I don't recall if I was told that or not.
Okay. Do you have any crime scene investigation experience?
Just my 20 years of experience as a police officer.
And you said something about, and this is just for me to understand, you said something about the casings being to the left of him or to the right of him?
I didn't say they were to the left or to the right.
Oh, did you say west or east?
No.
Oh, sorry, that was my interpretation. Can you tell me what the weapon was that you found?
It was a handgun.
Was it a 45?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could you tell what direction the bullet came from?
Based off the way the body was laying, I could assume it came from where his feet were at.
Near the feet? Mm-hmm. Did you see the projectile that was in the baseboard?
I don't recall if I saw that or not.
You said he did not appear alive, but you already thought that he was deceased. Is that correct, when you entered into the house?
Yes.
And what time was that?
I believe I was dispatched to the call at 8:41. So, I mean, if I was going to make a guess on what time I walked into the house, I would say I was probably at the residence within 10 minutes.
So around 8:51, perhaps?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And then when fire took over, is that the normal protocol for fire to take over and do the CPR?
Yes.
And so you didn't do CPR, but they did do the CPR. Is that correct?
Yes.
On top of the gunshot wound.
Yes.
Is that normal protocol?
I don't know what their protocol is.
Okay. I'm just asking because I wouldn't think to do that either. And then you said that you went outside to put up the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So after you cleared the house, you left and went to the front yard?
Yes.
And then you were there for how long at the residence before you left?
I couldn't give you a time.
Did you stay for a while, or was that the end of your job there?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago. I have no idea how long I was actually on scene for.
And who is your direct supervisor?
I believe that day was Sergeant Nocella.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Nocella?
Okay. And what contact did you have with Detective Moffat that day?
I don't know if I had any with him on scene.
Okay, what about Detective England, perhaps?
I may have briefly spoke to her while I was on scene.
Okay, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times?
I couldn't tell you a number.
Okay. And then when you have to report to your superior before you left the scene?
He was on scene, I would imagine.
Nocella? Is that
Yes.
what you said? Okay. And then you don't know what time you left, but you arrived at approximately 8:51?
Give or take, yes.
And then did you see me arrive at the scene?
I think as I was leaving, yes.
So approximately around the time that I arrived, you were leaving?
I don't know if I left when you arrived, but I was on my way out of the crime scene as far as I know.
Okay. And then you said something about 2 wounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you see the 2 wounds through the shirt?
Just was an observation that I made when I saw him laying on the ground.
So did you see 2 holes in the shirt?
I'm not sure exactly what I saw when I was there, but I could see that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest.
And then I'm sure, well, I won't speak for you. So when they began CPR, they did open his shirt. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
Because when you walked by, his shirt was open.
Objection 2. Question?
Yeah, please ask questions only.
Did you discuss this case with Sergeant Nocella?
I don't believe so. I would imagine he was on scene and he got briefed by the detectives.
He got briefed by the detectives? Is that what you
In
said?
fact, I would imagine, yes.
Okay. And then have you spoken to the case agent on this case? How many times would you say?
Who's the case agent?
Oh, Detective Duncan. That's my understanding.
Duncan? I mean, I've spoken to him many times in my career.
Regarding this case, how many times do you think you've spoken to Detective Duncan?
I couldn't even put a number on it. I would say very few.
Very few? Like, how many would you guess?
I would say maybe 5 times.
5 times. Thank you. And would that be in-person kind of discussions, or?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say they were discussions, probably just in passing.
Okay. So how many times have you emailed with Detective Duncan concerning this case?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
I have no idea.
What about text messages?
No idea.
Phone calls?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
Okay. And your report that you wrote about this, about how long after the incident did you make your report?
I was done by the end of my work shift at 4 o'clock.
And then did you ever make any revisions to that report?
I don't believe so.
So you left the scene approximately sometime in the morning, and by 4 o'clock that day you had written your report. Is
Yes.
that correct? And you've never changed anything on your report?
That's what I recall, ma'am.
And the report is exactly as you left it when you, did you review it for this testimony today?
Yes.
And it was exactly the same as when you wrote it at 4 p.m. on July 11th?
I don't know if I wrote it at 4 p.m. It was
Or
done
by 4 p.m.?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, redirect.
Sergeant, you were asked about the shooter's demeanor. Were you just telling us what you observed?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I just observed him very calm and collected after just shooting somebody.
And that's both seeing him come out as well as having some interaction with him on the curb?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but he did say nonchalant, right? So you got to give Lori credit that she said, well, you observed him as nonchalant, and he goes, I don't remember saying that. Well, you did say that. In fact, the other officer that comes up later uses the word nonchalant, almost like they were coached by the prosecution to, well, I mean, I don't disagree with it. I mean, it's 100% that they were nonchalant. I don't even know why this guy argued about saying the word nonchalant, because that's exactly how Alex Cox seemed. You know, just like, yeah, you know, yeah, we got in the fight. Yeah, I don't know. He just, he was accusing me of, I don't know. He was just angry. Yeah.
When a person is been shot and you check for a pulse and you believe they are deceased, as a police officer, are you supposed to touch the body?
No.
Is the body basically a crime scene?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience, did you believe that the victim was deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
Do fire have EKG, heart monitors, and things that they use to determine if maybe you missed a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talked about giving CPR, if an individual is now a crime scene, would giving CPR to that deceased person change the crime scene?
Yes.
And so as someone who believed the person was deceased, you did not want to modify or change the crime scene?
Correct.
You were asked about the gun. Is the gun part of the crime scene?
Yes.
Were you responsible for processing the crime scene?
No.
Why didn't you go in there and pick it up and start handling it?
Because I didn't want to alter where it was laying when he got done using it.
You were asked a lot about when 911 was called, when you were dispatched. This was a few years ago,
Several, yes.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something called a CAD report that documents when 911 was called, when you were dispatched, when you arrived, and even when you left?
Yes, ma'am.
With looking at the CAD report,
Yeah, that's exactly right. What Ann typed in. Nonchalant thing is trivial, but made the officer look unnecessarily hostile as a witness. Right. And then even the prosecutor didn't come on later and say, yeah, you did use the word nonchalant earlier, but isn't that also the same as, you know, would you say that's the same as just acting casual or whatever the term he changed it to? You know, because it does make it seem that way. And then also, I believe this officer said that after he was only at the scene for a little while, like he left right after, like the supervisor got there. I don't remember. It was like really early. And then later in the report, it said that he left it. He didn't clock out of the scene until like way late, 4 p.m. or something. I mean, wouldn't that be something you'd also call out and go, wait, earlier you said you left early. I don't know. I think that's how you got to do it to kind of discredit what their whole, I don't know, just to give a little, little nudge out there. I mean, this is sort of an interesting thing to watch because it allows us to think about, from Lori's perspective, even though she's a freaking killer, how should she have argued in the best way from her point of view, what she's trying to sell. And I don't think, she just doesn't, she started off okay, I mean, she doesn't sound like a raging lunatic as I was thinking she was going to be like. But I think this is sort of easy stuff here. I think when you get into the really difficult stuff, where it's just, you know, like she has no out. I want to see how she acts in those situations.
Court help refresh your recollection as to when those events occurred.
Yes.
Hopefully we get to watch
If I
them.
may have my paralegal provide me with a copy of the CAD report.
You said early in the day
Yeah, but,
he got
Sorry,
off of this
does
case.
looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when the 911 call was received?
yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It was received at 8:36.
Does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you were dispatched?
It appears it was dispatched at
When he
8:37.
fixes it.
So your memory of saying 8:50 or so is perhaps incorrect.
Yes,
Was looking at the CAD report indicate when you arrived?
8:43.
So again, that was a little earlier.
See, this is all stuff that Lori should have had right in front of her and not let the prosecution sort of, you know, rehabilitate. Like, we have nothing to hide. We're just trying to get the real information out. Lori should have jumped in there with, well, it says right over here that you were actually there at 37 after. Except she wants it to seem later, as if it took him too long to get there to save Charles's life, even though we know now that Alex didn't even call 911 for 43 minutes.
Than your memory was.
Yes, ma'am.
And does looking at the CAD report help determine or refresh your recollection as to when you left the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It's 5:31 p.m.
Yeah, 5:31 p.m. It was like totally different than what he said earlier.
As a police
And
officer,
by the way, how did he have an exact time when he said like 8:41 when it was actually 8:37? You know, like he seemed really certain about 8:41. You know, with a 1 at the end. It would have been better just go. I think it was around 8:40. You know, but he said 8:41, but it was actually 8:37. You know, it's kind of interesting, right? Like, why, if you're gonna have a number that's so precise, that's something that you likely memorize and. You know, but if you don't, you would just say around 8:40.
who is one of the first on scene, do you provide briefing or information to your sergeant or the detectives on scene as to what you saw, observed, and did?
If they ask me directly, yes, somebody will brief them that's on scene.
But you have to provide somebody that information to then provide to the detectives?
Yes.
Why is it done that way?
Yeah, and I don't know if did I hear it correctly? Stars good, because I think early when he was being, direct examination, he said he left like almost like pretty soon. You know, right after the fire department got there and another detective or something. He said he took off, and now it sounds like he didn't leave the scene until 5:30. I mean, not that it's really even relevant and has any kind of. But wouldn't you know the answer to that question?
Because usually a supervisor's going to want to know what's going on and what we did, just so the detectives know exactly what they're walking into.
So for instance, if you had to move the gun, they would want to know that, right?
Yes.
Or if you had moved the body, they would want to know that too, right?
Yes,
And if you had found any evidence, would they want to know that as well?
absolutely.
And so is that what you would have to do that day when you are speaking to sergeant or detectives?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? If so, please write it on the provided form.
No, that's not what he said.
I'm not seeing any questions come
Get out
down.
of here.
You can step down, sir. All right, state the call. Next witness.
Thank you. And if I may go get it.
Wow, sorry to hear that, Cheryl. Hope he, might have to eat some weird kind of foods they give. They have a kidney diet food. All right, guys, I'll try again. If you guys are out there and you have the ability to help support the channel, I would appreciate it. See if we can get to day 2 on this.
Be the truth, the whole truth, and the police will help you back.
All right, go ahead and have a seat over here to my left.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Robert Krautheim.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Sandra Day O'Connor Federal Courthouse
Back in 2019, where were you working?
as a Chandler police officer in Chandler, Arizona.
How long did you work for the Chandler Police Department?
25 years.
When did you retire?
About 3 years ago, February.
When you were working there in July of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was a patrol officer. I was responding to calls for service.
Okay. And do you recall what your shift was at that time?
It was a day shift. I think I start my shift at 6 and end at 4.
Were you working patrol for Chandler Police Department on July 11th of 2019 at about 8:36 a.m.?
I was.
Were you dispatched to 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes.
What were you dispatched for?
A shooting that had just occurred.
Based upon the information that was, well, let me ask you this. When you are arriving to a scene, do you get information relayed to you about this call?
I do.
Why is that?
The call taker is asking the person on the phone what's going on, where it is, who's there, just basic information, and then dispatch relays that information to me as I'm driving to the call for service.
Is that so you have a better idea about what you're walking into?
Yes, it's on a computer, but verbally, the stuff that's really pertinent before I arrive is just verbally done over the air.
So when you were arriving on the scene, did you think the shooting had just occurred?
I did.
When you got to this 5531 South Four Peaks, were there any other officers on scene yet?
Yeah, Officer Wiz was.
No, there wasn't the charges until now. They charged him a long time ago. It wasn't like a new, like today, you know. They had to wait their turn in the trials. But do I have to dance a jig tonight for you guys, or what? We're still only at 40% of a goal.
Is that Officer Wiersbe?
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize.
What were you wearing?
Patrol outfit, basically a patrol uniform, police uniform, body-worn camera.
And back then, where was your body-worn camera?
At the time, it was a lipstick camera, so part of it was here, but the camera's actually on my right shoulder.
Okay. And was that on and recording as you sort of arrived on scene and while you were present there?
Yeah, I started recording while I was driving there.
Okay. When you arrived, did you know whether or not...
Yeah, I think everyone in the house has a very similar story, not because they rehearsed it. It's because it is the same story. That Lori intentionally provoked Alex to create a situation, and I think it turned into a situation where Lori's like, hey, let's get out of here, you know, and it sort of... Tylee noticed what she saw, and then that's when Alex felt now he can shoot, and the story will be backed up by Tylee and Lori, right? That's how I think of it. I think it's I think it was something. It was pretty. That's a pretty good plan, really, because that's probably why there wasn't an arrest or anything, because everybody's story was the same. It sounds the same, and when Tylee tells her story, it doesn't sound made up at all. You guys have seen that, right? When she tells the story, it sounds absolutely like that is what she observed when she's explaining it. You know, it's hard to coach a kid to be a great actor under questioning. You know, it's like that's what she saw, but she just didn't get to see the final moment, which was nothing like Alex explains. That's why he didn't call 911 for 43 minutes.
The 911 caller was still on the phone.
Yeah, she was still on the phone.
And when you were talking with dispatch, did you arrange to have this person come out, or did Officer Bicky do that?
Yes, dispatch advised him to come out of the home without anything and hands up in the air. That's kind of standard.
And did he comply with that?
He did.
What exit did he come out of?
Out the front door.
Okay. Can you describe sort of his appearance and demeanor as you observed him coming out of the house?
His clothes were clean. He was calm, not emotional at all. Different than what I would have anticipated.
When he first exited, did you notice any injuries to him?
He was holding, it was a white rag at the time. It was just kind of red and white. He was holding on the back of his head.
When he first exited?
As he's coming out of the house.
Did you notice any difficulty walking or talking when you first had contact with him?
No.
Any difficulty sitting or standing?
No.
Did you learn the name of this person?
I did.
What was his name?
Alex Cox.
Did you observe him sweating at all when he first came out?
No.
Any type of jitters?
No.
Any uneven or broken voice as he's talking to you?
No.
At some point, did you notice an injury to him?
I did.
And where was it?
On the back of his head, towards his right side.
And what did you see?
I articulated my written report as about an inch laceration, a small like knot, and it was bleeding a little bit.
That was so weird. There was this weird sound coming in. He had this weird bug eye. Look at this look on his face. Sounds like a beat almost.
If we can fix that.
That was some weird
Alex
stuff.
Cox patting or rubbing the back of his
It
head.
was
with some
weird
kind
at
of
normal
rag or paper
pace. It
towel.
was kind of creepy.
Yes,
Without going into what was said, did you talk with him?
I did.
Did you offer him medical treatment?
I did.
Did he ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
Was there anything about his talking with you or actions that made you concerned that you thought you should override that?
Yes.
Let me make sure you understood. Was there anything about what you observed with Alex Cox talking or his ability to move that made you think you should override his decision to not get treatment, and you thought, oh, he better get treatment, he's so bad off?
Oh, zero, none.
At some point while you were talking with Alex Cox, did you see a female and a teenager show up at the scene?
I did.
And did you eventually go speak with those two?
I did.
Where did you speak with them?
Just on the other side of the street. They had parked right across from the house.
Did you speak with the adult female?
I did.
Did you ask for a driver's license to identify her?
I did.
And who was that person?
Lori Vallow.
Do you see Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she is wearing for the record?
She's at the defense table wearing a white shirt underneath looks like a black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Shall.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you know that the deceased person in the house was her husband?
I did.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you ask her whether or not the individual inside her husband lived there?
I did not ask her that.
Can you describe for us Lori Vallow's demeanor as you were interacting with her?
Calm, nonchalant, just kind of a matter of fact, just talking to me as I'm talking to you now.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, can you tell us approximately how many police cars were parked around there?
Well, I don't know either myself. I know there was at least mine and Officer Wiz's. There was a fire truck there. I think there was an ambulance there, and I think there may have been another police car. I can't remember, but there was a lot of emergency vehicles just near the home itself.
And was her brother Alex Cox sitting sort of in view of her?
Literally across the street, like the desk of the prosecutor would be her car. This is the street, and I had Alex seated right on the sidewalk.
When she first arrived, did she actually walk up to where you were with Alex Cox?
Yes, she did.
And you asked her to go back to the other side of the street?
I did.
Did she ever ask you how her brother was doing?
No.
Did she ever ask you if her brother needed medical attention from being hit by a bat?
No.
Did she ever ask you why there were so many police cars around the neighborhood?
No.
Did she ask you why there was a fire truck parked in front of her house?
No.
So, other than gathering basic information, did you really talk to her about anything else?
No.
And were you wearing that body-worn camera footage
Yeah,
or
sort of
camera when you
interesting.
had contact with her?
I did.
After you talked with Lori Vallow, did you go back and stand near Alex Cox again?
Yes.
That is pretty weird. You know, that part, like, she never even asked, like, hey, why are you guys all here? Like, she already knew, you know. But she can claim she had no idea, so that's why she wasn't acting anyway. But then it's not reasonable to believe that you pull up to your own house and you see fire trucks and your brother sitting on a curb to not ask a question like, hey, you know, what's going on here?
If I can have my paralegal go up and show him exhibit number 1.
I think somebody talked to her first.
Do you recognize exhibit number 1?
I do.
Is that a copy of your body cam footage from July 11th of 2019?
It is.
Is it missing the audio other than during your interaction with Lori Vallow?
Correct, yes.
And did you initially identify that previously as your body cam?
I did.
State will move to admit exhibit number 1.
Any objection to exhibit number 1? Any
No
objection to
No objection.
exhibit 1's admitted?
And if we could publish it.
Go ahead.
So is this you responding to the scene?
Correct.
And was your camera flipped upside down initially?
Well, the camera wasn't. The orientation of the software was.
So that's why we see the axon and stuff in the bottom corner upside down?
That is correct.
So this was a gated community?
It was.
As you're driving, did you go by the fire truck here?
I did.
And is it standard for fire to stage
That's right.
a little ways away from the scene when
we
it's
them
shooting?
talking
Yes.
in the car.
Why is that?
So they can respond quickly.
Do they want you to clear the residence first before they show up?
Yeah, it needs to be safe for the firemen. We had to make sure there's no
together.
one else in the house that was
That's what he
armed or in
pulled
the area.
out.
And as you're arriving, is the person, the shooter, still inside the house?
I can't recollect. I think he was at the door right now or just coming out to the door.
Why did you pull your weapon?
I was just told somebody killed somebody, so yeah, for my safety, I wanted to make sure I rendered him safe before I put my gun away. It was a threat to me.
And when he came out, he had both his hands up in the air? So at that point, nothing touching his head yet to know?
Correct.
Now, did you stay out with him while Officer Wisbicki went inside?
I did.
While you're talking with him during this whole time, at this point, he still hasn't brought anything out to try to place on his injury.
Correct.
When he came out, did he already have those sunglasses on the top of his head?
He did.
Why did you have him move over here?
I actually physically couldn't hear him. Fire trucks are incredibly loud, so I had to move away.
The fire had already pulled up to now go inside the residence.
Correct.
And can you kind of see them in the corner going in?
Yes.
Did you learn whose truck that was in the driveway?
Maybe what I'll do is I'll upload this as a video, and you guys can just watch it. I gotta get working on a video or something. You know, it's just I'm just sitting here staring at the screen. I'm not able to talk because it's just playing, and people want to watch it. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just upload video, a 3-hour, you know, the condensed video for people who want to watch it quicker, with all the middle stuff kicked out. Yeah,
I don't
be good
recollect
videos for people to watch.
right now whose truck it is. I think it's his, but I'm not sure.
And who is that other officer there?
That's Officer Wisbicki, sorry. I've been calling him Wiz since I've known him.
Shorter. Were you initially trying to control the scene yourself, sort of helping to tell people where to go and what to do?
Oh, absolutely. My head's on kind of a swivel. I'm always kind of looking around like people just walk up to you and ask me what's going on. And got to make sure no one's going to walk up to the house. So you just try to keep it as pristine as you can.
So we see him putting his head now, or his hand on the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated there's a fire truck there. You asked him if he wanted any medical attention,
I did.
and he declined it.
He refused.
Yeah, it's not, wouldn't have been a slow night. It's a slow night because I'm covering this case. That's what I'm saying. It's like I get punished when I'm covering, it's just weird, I gotta be honest. It's strange. If I was doing Coburger, I'd have about 400 people, maybe 500 watching, and probably do pretty well, Tonight's, we're doing something different, And yeah, there are, some Delphi docs out, but that's what I'm saying, like, there's a crossover of the people that watch my channel on this case and then also Delphi, so it's like, Coburger is a bigger crowd, and, I like that, covering it. I want to do this one too, but you got to think about it. Like when you do YouTube channel, it's sort of like you have to think of it, especially if it's a source of your income, you got to think of it as a business, right? And if people aren't showing up to eat, a certain food, then you're not going to be selling that food. If you had a food cart. And people just don't want to understand it. But, if my channel wasn't a source of income, then I wouldn't care as much. If it was just sort of like this hobby where I got to sit around and just do whatever the hell I want. That's not the case. And I've explained it to some people in here that always kind of ridicule me for when I want to keep covering a case that's doing well for the channel. Okay, it just is what it is. It used to be different because there wasn't so many people covering cases now. So now if you're not doing that, everyone just goes over to one of the other ones and watches something, and my channel has been doing well. I'm getting a lot of subs and moving forward, and, it's just one of those things. And I don't understand why people don't get it. It's strange. I wouldn't tell you if you were running a business like, hey, yeah, you can't do that, man, because, we want to, it's just, no, you got to do what it is that makes it so that your business does well, like true crime channels. Everybody that has a YouTube true crime channel, it's a small business for them. Okay? That's the truth of it. Hey, thanks, M10. Thanks, Grace. Sorry, it's a slow night. Yep, yeah, I spent hours and hours, trying to get this shit ready for you guys, and just, it's very disheartening. No, it sucks that people don't get it. It's actually ridiculous.
Who are those?
That's Lori Vallow and her daughter.
So when you said across the street, we just saw a red SUV. Is that where?
Ah, cool, Krista. Yeah, I get a lot of hate though too. So there's just I got a lot of headwinds, and just a lot of people. They just don't like me. And by the way, Krista, if you're watching, you're new here, but on this channel, I'm always saying, hey, everybody, if you can help support the channel, that'd be great. Something you probably aren't aware of because they never tell you, the trolls never do. But the reason like my channel needs an income to survive. But at the same time, look at this. In 2020, my channel, out of the income, donated $22,000. Because I feel like it's important to give back in this genre specifically. Then in 2021, $42,500, right during the pandemic. Then at the height of the pandemic, $62,250 in 2022. Then in 2023, we donated $57,000 right out of my income, but it's all generated because of all the stuff that you guys are doing in the ad revenue, etc. Then in 2024, $49,811. That's as inflation was kicking in. And so far, we're at $9,500 this year, a little bit behind schedule, but we are still doing what we're doing. All right, so this channel tries to make a difference, and the total is $238,511. Now, inside of that, we have two $6,000 scholarships that we've funded. And Zozo, who doesn't like ever doing the Koberger case, and Plato, they're the ones that determined who the winners are the first 2 years, the 6,000, 6,000. Now we're building up for another 6,000 in scholarships. And then we've given over $100,000 to a DNA fund who for identifying Jane and John Does. All right, in the criminal world, and even the killer, or etc. I mean, we're actually trying to fund the cases that people can't afford. And so people don't like that. See, the problem is they know that the people they watch never give a nickel to any of these things. Okay, so when I'm doing it, they go, "Oh, see, but Gray, you're always asking for it. You're always asking for." I don't care. If I don't ask, it doesn't work on here if I don't ask for the support from the people watching. I've done it. I've tested it out some nights. I sit there and it is dead as a doornail, just like tonight. Okay, so what I'm trying to let you understand is, with 170 people watching, if everybody just sort of threw $1 in, like somebody's doing a 3-hour show for you, and you can pretend it's Starbucks, we would easily make the goals. Okay, but we're still currently, Jesus, like 120, we're way short still. It's just incredible. All right, so if you have the ability to out there, I would appreciate your support for the channel. That's really how it is. I don't know any other way to explain it to everybody. I need to have there's income that I need for the channel to survive, and then I donate a incredibly generous portion of my income to all these different places. Okay, and everybody that's been here over the years has seen it, and if you don't want to notice it because you're a troll, then I don't give a shit. Okay, really, really frustrating. Hey, thanks, Krista, limited edition. All right, back to the and I'm glad I don't have this camera on the dogs all day, because they take so many craps in there. I wouldn't be surprised if he just pooped right there. I mean, these guys, they just poop and poop. You turn around, you clean up poop, you turn around, there's another one. I mean, it's unbelievable. I can't wait till they're like fixed and just become sort of more normal. Anyways, there you go. And I'd like to be able to cover whatever case I'm covering and still get the same support from the people watching. All right? It just doesn't happen. So
You're talking about?
Correct.
Hey, thanks, Aussie Trisha.
So at this point, did you know?
From Australia, hence the name Aussie Trisha. Hi, everyone. Can't see to tag. Love the freak family. There you go. So don't let that scare you away up there, Krista Limited. Oh, well, thank you. That's cool that they said that. I don't know who that is, but... Oh, True Crime Junkie United. Is that that's that Facebook page, isn't it?
The name of the individual inside the residence?
Yes.
And who was that?
Charles Vallow.
And did you at this point understand who that woman was that walked up?
Yes.
And who did you believe she was?
His wife.
Normally when someone is shot and killed, is there a team of detectives and crime scene specialists who will come out to handle the case?
Yes.
And are you, as patrol officer, sort of stuck with taking care of it until they arrive?
Yeah, we deal with the burning, bleeding, and blowing up stuff. Anything that takes time and a lot more in-depth stuff, that's what the detectives do.
And then what do we see here that just came up?
It looks like an ambulance.
You told us that you understood when you were arriving that this shooting had just happened. Do you recall at this point when the 911 call came in?
No, I don't remember specifics on the time. I think at 8:39 I was dispatched to it. I would imagine the call for service came in a minute or two before that.
And approximately
You know, they should have played the audio from this. Because he basically, Alex almost told the reality. He was accusing me of... Accusing you of what? What was he accusing you of? I don't know. He was just angry. Whatever the answer was to what he was accusing him of is really the whole thing. But he realized he went down the wrong path there. So then switched it, and this real genius of an officer never once followed up after that.
do you recall how long it took you to get to the scene?
Probably 4 or 5 minutes.
We see more people walking up. Are you trying to stop the contamination of the scene by having more people walk in there?
Yes, I told the fireman kind of what was maybe in the house, and Officer Wiz was already in the house, and so we were just trying to control how many firemen went into the house.
So when you're the first on scene, are you trying to have the least number of people go in there as possible?
Yes.
Are you trying to not touch anything that's not necessary to be touched?
Correct, yes.
Obviously, if
By the way, thanks to the coffees from someone, Lisa Valenzuela, Cheryl Moran. I guess we just got one right then from Linda S. And then we've also got Nana's Love. And then Allison. And then we had a PayPal earlier in the day, kind of randomly from, or maybe it was during this, from Alicia. So that was cool. And there might have been another, I think that's it.
if fire's going to work on a person, they're going to have to contaminate it somewhat.
Yes.
Is that when we sort of see fire now leaving?
I couldn't, just from recollection, I couldn't answer that.
I see something in Officer West Becky's hand. Is that the crime scene tape?
Yes. We do an inner and then an outer perimeter.
I don't know. He was just angry. How do you get away with that? Jesus. I don't know. He was just angry. You know. Well, no, but a minute ago you said he was accusing you of something. What was that?
Is it normal for a patrol officer to have to stay with the individual who is the shooter and ensure that no one else is contacting them?
Yes.
So you don't want any of the neighbors walking up to them?
Correct. At this moment, I'm still basically fact-finding. I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
Well, I think what they did, I don't think it was that weird because the stories were so accurate and compelling. I mean, it should have been after the autopsy with the angle of the other bullet. That should have created questions, but I don't think they looked into it too much. They just kind of, it seemed like everybody was telling a valid story, and you can't really, but I think it was after the kids sort of go missing, and other incidents like Brandon Boudreaux being shot at, all these things sort of converging, and then they came back and took another look at it.
Happened, when it happened, who was involved, kind of thing. And yeah,
But still, like I was just saying, this officer should have followed up. That was such a huge moment. I don't think anybody ever really talks about it, but when he said he was accusing me of, then you could see that he was kind of thinking in his head, oh shit, I don't want to say what he was accusing me of. I can't even think of what I would say that he was accusing me of. Then the officer, what was he accusing you of? Accusing you of what? Walk. What was he accusing you of? I don't know. He was just angry. Okay, so tell me about just God, just keep pressing him on that. My God, don't let him off the hook like that. I mean, because nobody would accidentally say he was accusing me of something. You know what I mean? That means you actually had a thought in your head of what you were being accused of. It isn't something you misspoke about. It's not like, well, no, he was just angry. No, he was accusing you of something. He absolutely was. That's why you said that, or you wouldn't even have crossed your mind to accidentally say something like that.
I try to keep them separate.
At some point, do sergeants and others start arriving on scene?
Yes, that's my...
Oh, come on, M10. Jeez. What the hell? Okay, well, there you go. Wait, hold on. Jesus, let me turn it on. Can I get any of it?
Let's go. I'm sorry, I need day 2.
Smiley
face emoji.
Darn it. I didn't get the... Anyways, hey, thank you. Wow, that was really kind of you. Just, let's see, what are we at? I think that's close. That's $6 away, just like you said in there. Who's doing that? Anyways, thanks, M10. That was very generous of you there.
Hey, Sergeant Nacella.
When you have a scene like this where detectives are going to be called out, do all the different patrol officers provide their information that could be relevant to one person who can then brief the detectives?
Yes, I briefed my supervisor to let him know from my point of view what I know and what I was told, and then at some point I think he would disseminate that to the detectives.
Okay. So is this you kind of telling him at this point what you've learned?
Yes.
And can we also see what the body camera looks like on the shoulder?
All right. If we get 10 more in, I'm donating the 5 memberships. All right. So if somebody gives 2 memberships, I'll donate 5. All right.
There.
Yes.
We got to that level because of that right there. There's Danny ICURN.
What made you decide that you needed to go over and talk to Lori Vallow?
Again, it's fact-finding, really. It's who are you? And when I say who, I always like to identify them by their Arizona driver's license, because although my name is Robert, I go by Rob. So I don't want to assume her name is just Lori. It could be something specifically or longer. So I usually ask people.
Wednesday's going to be a really busy day because we're going to do the Idaho Koberger hearing it's like 8 in the morning or something. I think it's the 9th, right? You know, it's weird. You can't find any references to that in the like online. Like about it. Hey, there's Vicky White. One more of the memberships. We need one more. So that day is we're going to do the Koberger hearing, and then again the Lori's trial. I think this is only like a week long. It's not a long, drawn out trial. I don't think Lori could handle something like that. Thank you, Vicky White and Mama 457 Rose.
For identification.
And that's so you can put that into your report appropriately.
Correct.
So we saw the ambulance leave. That means they didn't transport him.
Correct.
There we go. Thanks, Cheryl Moran.
Did you learn that you actually couldn't cordon off this area the way you had initially thought because there was only one way out?
That is correct. We initially, as you can see, cordoned off part of the road so anybody couldn't just drive up to us. We later learned that's the only way that part of the neighborhood could actually exit the neighborhood, so we had to change the tape a little bit.
And then we see fire leave here as well. So now it's just police basically at the scene?
Police and I think a crime scene technician.
And are you still the only person responsible for making sure that no one is talking with Alex Cox?
I am.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Is this where you go over to speak with Ms. Gallo?
Yes.
Special thanks to M10. Okay.
Gotcha. Okay.
You can
Oh,
turn
you
up the
can hear it. You
volume.
can hear it.
Let me just get your. Do you have a driver's license? Quick, I can just grab it.
What? What?
Thank you. O-R-I. What does your middle initial stand for?
Noreen.
Noreen. N-O.
Yeah, it's weird to see Tylee over here. You know what's weird in this? You can see how she looks definitely related to Colby in this one.
V-A-L-L. What's a phone number for you, Lori?
808-755.
755?
5452.
You live here, though, not in Santana. This is your home?
Right,
Gotcha.
right.
Right. Excuse me? Yeah, I just said that. Hi, neighbor. I mean, look at. There's no way in hell. Remember how a minute ago in the I think what would be a cool little juxtaposition video would be to take her opening opening statement and show her crying. You know, oh God, and then cut right to this. Because this right here contradicts that so dramatically. She'd had no remorse, no sadness, no nothing. Watch this. We just moved in here, she said.
Gotcha. How long?
He said, gotcha. You know what's funny? We just moved in here. I mean, I got to admit, like, you know, the cop here isn't the brightest bulb in the world either, okay? Just watch that one more time. It's hilarious. It's actually kind of funny. Here, let's.
You live here, though, not in Santana. This is your home?
Right,
Gotcha.
right.
Okay.
Right.
We just moved in here.
We just moved in here. He says, gotcha.
Gotcha. How long you guys lived here?
We just moved in here. And then he goes, gotcha. How long have you guys lived here? And she said, she goes, I'm sorry? Are you that dumb? I just told you we just moved in here.
How long have you lived here?
Like 3 weeks.
Oh, geez. Yeah, okay.
That's why the neighbors don't know us.
Gotcha.
Like, hi neighbors.
Hi, neighbor.
working at all?
Sorry. Sorry, there's a dead body in my house, neighbors. Come on. Jesus, this is...
You're still about 5'6", 120?
5'6", 120, I sure am, officer. What are you doing later? What, Tylee? Yeah, I am 5'6", 120. Oh, yeah, she is absolutely a pile of crap. Right, exactly.
Did you also get biographical information from him?
I did.
Was that Tylee Ryan?
It was.
You stop it now.
Can't you see Colby, like, in the eyebrows? And
After you had talked with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, did you go brief some of the detectives about what you had learned?
I did.
Did you tell the detectives that Lori Vallow did not know their husband Charles was dead?
I told them that I did not advise her of such.
Did you believe that she did not know that her husband was dead?
I wonder if it's making, they do this on purpose, where they, I don't know if they shave these guys' heads, but like this guy and the previous detective both sort of look like Charles a little bit. By the way, this guy and the other detective look like, they're like clones of each other. I mean, I was actually scrolling by, and then it looked like this guy could be like a brother of the other one.
I did.
Why did you believe that?
Well, I was under the understanding that this just happened. She just arrived back on scene, and I did not advise her of what happened in the house.
When you spoke with Alex Cox, did he provide additional information that made you believe that she was...
Hi, neighbor. God, doesn't that part just make you the most angry? What? Hi. That's why I was like, "Hi, neighbor." Ew, boy, you know, I'm just sorry to bother you. Another dead body in the house.
I was not present when the shooting happened.
Yes.
After you advised the detectives of this, did you then return and remain with Alex Cox for a significant additional period of time?
Yes.
Were you eventually asked to transport him to the police station?
I was.
Can you describe his demeanor during the transport?
Calm. That's what we just talked about.
Well, she doesn't sob, Krista, because Lori believes that Tylee was actually an evil spirit. You know, I don't know if the name was Ned, but maybe it was Nessa or something like that. Some strange being that had inhabited Tylee. Maybe one time when she was sick, an evil spirit took her over. And the only way to actually free the great Tylee, her soul, from limbo is to kill the physical body of Tylee. So at this whole time, she's been fighting with Charles, another evil spirit named Ned Snyder. You know what's incredible? What I'm saying right now, you would think I would just sort of made up out of my mind as if I was just kind of randomly coming up with a story. But what's weird about it, just like remember when we interviewed Larry and Kay Woodcock all those different times? Like, he would often say in those interviews, he'd say stuff like, you know, Hollywood wouldn't even accept a movie like this. It's so ludicrous. Remember how he'd say that? Oh, yeah, Hollywood wouldn't even... It's exactly right. Like, if you wrote a story for Hollywood and you said, hey, I tell you what, here's a great idea. Now, listen, we're going to come up with this crazy... These cult people, and then they're going to want to take out their spouses. And what they'll do it by is by deeming the bodies taken over by evil spirits, and then they're called a zombie. And the only way to free the original soul from limbo is to kill the physical body, therefore freeing the soul. So they're actually doing a good thing by murdering them. It's amazing. It's awesome. I mean, what a clever little scheme that is.
Things not related to this at all, just a conversation between, like, me and you, just normal, average tone, calm.
Did you stay with him at the police station until a detective arrived?
Yes,
Did that end your involvement in this case?
it did.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Now, let's see that. I didn't see this yet. I haven't seen this. This is the one that talked to her. Hi, neighbor. All right, here we go. Let's see. How's this going to go?
Can you pronounce your last name for me? I don't want to get it wrong.
Krautheim.
Krautheim.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, Officer Krautheim.
At the time, yes.
At the time, okay.
Like a
Thank
German.
you.
Like a German, right?
Thank you, appreciate it. You mentioned about Alex being calm when he exited the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you were advised that he had told the 911 operator that he composed himself.
See, you know what I would have said if I was Lori, if she was actually really know what she was doing? She'd say, you also said he looked nonchalant like the other officers said, but didn't remember. Were you coached on saying that word? Because it's odd that you both said nonchalant. You know? Wouldn't that have been a cool way to throw that in there? Because this guy said nonchalant also. And then the other officer also used the word nonchalant, but then pretended he didn't say that.
And then called 911. Is that correct?
I don't remember the compose himself, but
I mean, you guys don't mind, right? If I want you guys to type it in too, because we know this case, right? So, like, try to think of what would have been a better argument that she could have made, even though, you know, it's obvious what's going on. But if she was really trying to sell a story, what would she have said, or how could she have done it differently? I think that's sort of, you know, because it's cool to. I mean, basically, right now, Lori is just a regular person that has no formal training whatsoever, trying to defend herself. So what you could do is pretend that you're in the same situation. What would you have said to try to get out of that? Like, for example, I think Alex Cox would be the perfect fall guy for this whole thing. I think what Lori should be saying is something like, I mean, this is what we've been saying for years, by the way. You'd say something like, okay, listen, I mean, by the way, we all know she absolutely was part of it. I'm just doing this as like the experiment of, you know, how could you sell the argument? What you do is you say, yes, we had these different beliefs, but we never acted out on. We taught the beliefs, you know, and we never killed anybody. It was just that, you know, we could maybe tell, we don't even have to go down that route. You just say, it's hard to do. But you could say they had the beliefs, but Alex just believed in them way too much and started acting out on things. We had no idea that he was doing these things. But in this case, I think she's going the right route, because that still sounds kind of like, you know, it's a little easier to associate what they're teaching right to Alex, where you have these people that told all three different witnesses that all said the same thing, and she could argue that it was self-defense. She didn't realize that Alex had some other, you know, sort of maybe behind the scenes vendetta against him. I didn't realize that he didn't call 911 for 43 minutes. I was driving the kids to school. I took them to Burger King. I was doing all these other things, and then, you know, that's kind of the route she's going to have to go on. Somebody on a live stream said she's going to blame Tylee. I don't think she's blaming Tylee. I think she's just using Tylee in terms of the relationship was volatile between her and Charles over the years. And so therefore it's likely that something like that would have happened. And she knew that too, right? So she holds the phone in her hand.
I think he did.
You stated in your report that Alex was very calm throughout the entire time talking with him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the scene itself, was it chaotic?
No.
Were people running around screaming?
No.
Were people running in and out of the front door?
No.
Well, that doesn't make sense, because she mentions, I don't know if she says that exact statement towards that, Linda, but we'll have to see. Or not Linda, who said the... she does mention, there was something I just barely caught about the blood clot. There's no way you could associate that when it actually... He dies 5 months later. A blood clot from a head wound like that wouldn't be that long later. Would it be... You know, like you have a blood, you hit so hard that there's bruising underneath there, and maybe some blood got out and then created a... That's just absolute garbage, if that's what she literally says in here. I guess we'll have to see.
So were the officers calm?
It was just me and another officer.
Were you calm?
Yes,
Was the other officer calm?
he was.
Were the detectives calm?
They were.
Was the fire department calm?
I didn't interact.
Yeah, so what she's trying to imply, everybody else was calm. Why weren't you guys freaking out? Well, Lori, because it isn't our family member. We're professionals who see these kinds of things all the time. Nice try, though.
With him very much. I couldn't answer that.
Your friend the Wiz was calm?
Yes, the other officer, yes.
So when I arrived at the scene, things were pretty calm.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, yes, you were calm.
No, I'm saying when I arrived at the scene itself was calm environment.
It was.
Okay. So if I would have been hysterical, that would have been more out of character than if I was calm when everybody else was.
What a stupid comment she's making right here. No, they don't know the person. You should be freaking out because your loved one just got killed.
Being calm. Isn't that correct?
Speculation.
That is so
Sustained.
stupid. Who the hell would think like that? Okay, that's an
So
idiotic.
you said that Alex was calm and was holding a towel in his right hand and holding it up to the back of his head. Is that correct?
He did.
And you said,
That was terrible.
oh, sorry, it's in my other note. Just now that his head had a 1-inch laceration. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's like a cut down his head. 1
It
inch?
is.
Okay. And you said a small knot.
I did.
Is that correct? Okay. And that it was bleeding a little. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so a small knot is what you declared it, but would you not call it a goose egg?
5 brain
Tomato,
cells,
tomato.
4
Okay.
aren't working.
Did Alex ask?
Can you call it a knot? Was that a goose egg? Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, some people say goose egg, some people say not. What kind of an argument is that? Like, oh, the jury's, so it was a goose egg. You got her, Lori. You got him, Lori. Woo! Oh, Jesus.
Ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
How many times did you ask him if he needed medical treatment?
Bitch, please.
I think 3 times.
Okay. And there was EMS right there next to you?
Yes.
So an EMS person could have just come over and checked the back of his head pretty easily, yeah?
Yes.
Yes. And no one asked anybody to do that?
Correct.
Okay. And he didn't seem disoriented to you at all?
No.
So you didn't think he needed any kind of medical attention at the time?
No.
And he didn't ask for any at the time?
Correct, he did not.
And you didn't supply any at the time?
Correct.
Okay. But EMT was right there next to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know what the point she's trying to make here. Like they already were sort of had tunnel vision on him at the time, so didn't want to offer him any help. Is that what it was? I mean, if he really was like, I really need this looked at, I mean, I guess it's fair point to say, maybe you could have sent an EMT over to take a look. But I mean, it has no relevance to the case.
That's another thing that you said, calm and nonchalant. Is that correct?
There you go.
You stated that Alex was nonchalant. What is your definition of nonchalant?
Kind of like how I am now. I don't have a lot of emotion. I'm not afraid. Just nonchalant.
Is that your typical demeanor?
I guess it depends on the situation and the circumstance.
Well, this can be a stressful situation, right? So it's your demeanor right now?
It is.
Testifying in court can be a stressful situation.
I guess it can be.
Like a few minutes ago when that weird sound came up and your eyes were bugged out. Remember that?
So if that was Alex's normal demeanor, then it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant.
Objection, speculation.
I'll allow it. I'll allow that answer. He doesn't know the.
You know what she should have done? When she said goose eggs, I just happened to watch Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory last night. She should have quickly said, take a look at this scene right here. Geeses, and play the whole Veruca Salt scene where there was one bad egg and it went down the chute.
Demeanor, but you can answer.
I think that would be
Can you ask the
pretty
question
funny.
again?
I just watched that last night.
So if Alex's normal demeanor was like your normal demeanor, and even in a stressful situation, if he was nonchalant, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant again, because that's his normal demeanor.
Objection to compound question.
I'll sustain that objection.
You mentioned that I had parked across the street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did I have to park across the street?
I don't know.
So we saw on the body cam, right, that there was a huge fire truck, correct?
Yes.
There was police cars, correct?
Yes.
There was a CSI van, correct?
Yeah.
She was parked somewhere. I don't know where.
Next to the house, kind of, I guess, south of the house. So there was nowhere to park except for across the street. Is that correct?
No.
That's not correct?
That is not correct.
Where else could I have parked?
Well, the street's long. You could have parked anywhere along the street. You could have parked on the other street. That's where I parked. Or you could park on the other side of the street, south of the home, where there was plenty of parking. So there was other options to park.
But I parked as close as I could to the scene so that I could come talk to you. Is that correct?
Speculation, testifying.
Sustain.
So we can agree that there were lots of police vehicles blocking the house.
Couldn't she say, well, where I parked, isn't that about the closest place that I could have parked? I mean, I don't know. Why is that speculation? I mean, it is, right? I mean, it is right across the street. See, these are the kind of things when people, when you object to things like this, you wonder, why are you objecting? It just seems, who cares? Even if she said she parked as close as she could, all that matters is her demeanor. The giggling, the what? Just absolute garbage. Hi, neighbor.
Is that correct?
I got to get that as a sound effect.
Emergency vehicles.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, emergency. Police, fire, CSI. All were there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But even though all of those things are there, the scene was not chaotic. Is that correct?
Correct.
It was a very calm scene that day.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you know how hot it was that day?
No, but it was hot.
It was hot.
Bitch, please.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. What was the extent of your duties that day? I know that you had arrived on the scene. You said dispatch was about 8:39 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it took you about 4 to 5 minutes to arrive.
Yes.
And then you were the first on the scene.
No.
No. Who was the first on the scene? Do you know?
Wiz was.
Oh, that's correct. And then who arrived? How long after he arrived did you arrive? Do you know?
Oh, I was like seconds.
Okay.
Maybe 10, 15 seconds.
We were all Richard out.
And then you were right there when Alex came out of the house?
I was.
And you were with him basically that whole time? Till he got into the police car?
Yes.
And then did you drive him to the station?
I did.
So you were in the car with him the whole time?
Yes.
So you really never didn't have eyes on Alex from the time he came out of the house till the time he got to the police station?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have a conversation on the way to the police station?
I did.
You did. And that's the second body cam we didn't watch, is that correct? That has your name on it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah,
We
there's
have
another
that.
body worn camera we haven't seen.
Right, from the police car, I'm saying.
Yes, me driving.
You driving, but it comes from the car, not from the shoulder body cam, is that correct?
No, it comes from my body
Oh, it was
worn
still
camera.
on your shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, did you have a conversation with Alex on the way to the police station?
Objection asked and answered.
Yeah, I mean,
And
don't-
did he express...
well, don't they have to play the video first for her to be able to do this?
Hold on. When there's an objection,
I'm sorry.
wait for the ruling. I'll sustain the objection, but the answer will stand nonetheless. Go ahead. Next question.
Did he express to you that he kind of felt out of it because he hit...
Sustain.
Yeah, play the freaking video, then you can say this stuff.
When did you make your report about the incident on July 11th, 2019?
I think it was the end of my workday that day, but I stopped and started it numerous times.
See, this is what I was wanting to do in this, like just listening to how she's going to have to combat every single, when she does cross-examination.
About the day.
So did you finish it that day, or it still took a few days?
No, I finished at the end of my shift.
By the end of your shift, which was what time that day?
4 o'clock.
Okay. And did you make any revisions to that later on?
No.
So this is the only report that you made in regards to the day of July 11th, 2019?
It is.
You stated that there was red liquid on the rag towel that appeared to be blood. Did you think it was something other than blood?
Well, I had no way to test it, so I have to articulate it that way.
So he was bleeding from the back of the head?
He was.
On the right-hand side?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And then was it you on the body cam who briefed the detectives, Detective Moffat and Detective Inklin, in the front yard?
Yes, I made contact with him, yes.
And then you had told them basically what Alex had conveyed to you, what happened?
Yes.
And then what did they do with that information? Did they just put it into a report?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Okay. So your report goes to who after you're finished with it?
I sent it to my supervisor.
And who was that at the time? Do you remember?
That was Bill Nacella.
Oh, the same one?
Sergeant, yes.
Okay. And then did you speak to the case agent on this case regarding this incident on July 11th?
I did at the time. That's when I walked up to them at the front door area.
Okay. And was Detective Moffat the case agent at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And now it's Detective Duncan, as far as you know?
As far as I know, I don't know for sure, but that's what I've been told.
Okay. And how long do you think that you were at the residence? What was the whole time before you guys left to go to the police station? Do you remember? Do you recall?
No, I do not. It would be in my CAD history on when I transported him from the home to the PD, so I'd have to look at that, and I don't know, 40 minutes, half hour, 40 minutes, something like that.
Now, someone on the video, and I don't remember who it was, but put a phone into a evidence bag. Was that you?
I don't recollect that.
Okay. And then got into the car. Did someone ride with you to the police station from the residence? Just you and Alex were in the car?
Yes.
No other officers?
Correct.
But before you got into the car, an officer came over and took his phone, put it in an evidence bag?
You're asking me for recollection. I don't remember that. It's probable because we usually try to bring their property to the area where we're going to, so it's probable.
I just didn't see it in your report, but I saw it on the body cam, so I wondered if you knew.
Okay. I'm going to object to the defendant testifying.
All right. Please only ask questions.
Sure.
When you make statements about what you saw or heard, that's testimony.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
If she decides to testify, what happens? Can she ask herself questions? Hey, Lori, what do you think about this?
So it says in
And then she stands in the room and says it, and then runs back and sits down. Probably her co-counsel. I'm just joking around.
your report that you were asked by Detective Moffat to transport Alex to the police station not handcuffed. Is that correct?
Yes,
And to the downstairs interview room. I'm assuming that's at Chandler Police Department?
it is.
Correct? Okay. And it was just the two of you in the car on the ride there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then, when you arrived at the police station, what happened next?
Walked him up to the room, had him sit down, or I think brought him some water, I think. And the detective was literally behind me. It wasn't very long before he walked into the room.
I have all these.
So then Detective Moffat took over and you were excused?
Yes,
Okay. And then was that the extent of your duty
it was.
at that time? And did you leave the police station after that?
Yes.
Did you stay and observe the interview?
No.
Because he left after that, as he just said.
So Detective Moffat took over for you and you departed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You said when you spoke to Alex that he was cooperative. Is that correct?
Yes.
You know what's weird is some of the questions she's asking, you sort of wonder, does she have a strategy somewhere? Like when she just asked that question right there, did you stay around? I mean, why would you even think of asking that question unless there's some other answer that she has later that contradicts what he might say, right? I mean, why would you ask the question about, did you leave right after that? Did you stay around and listen to the interrogation? I mean, I'm just wondering why she would ask that. It's just there's no meaning to it at all. I mean, it's kind of an interesting thing to ask if there's no meaning for it. Or is she just probing around trying to see what people say? I don't know.
Is it possible he could have been in shock?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Is it not playing? Oh. Is it frozen or what's going on there? Oh. Wow, he really is just still.
From your observation, how long did the cut on Alex's head bleed? I mean, you were with him for about 40 minutes, and how long do you think it was bleeding?
Well, I couldn't answer that because I wasn't.
I know. I want to see if she has an angle, but it sounds like she's fishing while doing these interviews, trying to. I mean, because it was interesting when she brought up. I mean, the whole thing about one guy said nonchalant, but then later he actually said he didn't say it. But you think, I don't know. But then she would have brought it up when she asked this guy. Well, you said nonchalant. She should have made a bigger deal out of that, right? Don't you guys think that? She should have said, well, you know, when you were asked to describe Alex, you said nonchalant, which isn't really a common word used all the time. But you and the other officer both said the same word, except he said he didn't say it. But if we go back to the court reporter, it'll show that he actually said it, but then changed what he said. So were you guys actually coached in saying the word nonchalant? That would have been a great little get, you know, like a boom. Yeah, okay, well, who the hell's... You know, but she doesn't know what she's doing up there. That's the thing.
Standing in the back of his head when I first made contact with him. So, to be honest with you, I don't know when it started. So I don't have the minutes.
Did it appear to be bleeding when he exited the house, or no?
I didn't look at the back of his head right away when he exited the house.
When was the first time that you looked at it? About how long after he exited?
I can't answer time-wise, but it was during the time I had him seated at the sidewalk when I was talking to him.
Okay. Before he moved over or after?
Oh, after he moved over.
Okay. Did you ever enter into the...
I don't know. I haven't noticed her being flirty in this at all. Have you guys? I mean, to me, it's just she's just trying to do whatever she's doing. I haven't seen any flirtiness or anything. I think that's just people wanting to, you know, keep. I mean, I just try to do stuff what's real. You know, like, you know, if she was flirting, I'd tell you. If she was, I'd agree with you. I just don't see any flirting or anything like that. But people want it to be that way. You know, other creators will probably, every little thing, if he laughed at something, will say it's flirting so that she can, you know, now maybe there'll be something like that, you know. We don't know. I haven't seen it yet.
The house?
No.
You were just there in the front yard?
Yes.
The whole time? Okay.
Oh, definitely flirting in the body cam. Yeah, she was like, hi, neighbor. Yeah, I'm 5'6", 120.
When you gave your... When you talked to the two detectives in the front yard and gave them your synopsis of...
You pieces of shit got to the
what
jury,
happened,
didn't you?
you said they got into a domestic fight consistent...
Objection.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
What was the legal...
Let me go over here again.
When you gave your... When you talked to the two detectives in the front yard and gave them your synopsis of what had happened, you said they got into a domestic fight consistent...
Objection.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
What was the legal objection?
Hearsay.
He needs to say, what did you say to them? You know, so I hope she's smart enough. If right now she says to him, what was it that you guys discussed? Then he could say what was said, not her saying what he said. That's hearsay. Okay, so let's see.
Oh, I was just reading his report. Okay.
An objection, no question.
Then ask him what he said.
Ask your next question.
You said in your report that at one point Alex's niece grabbed the bat.
Objection.
Hold on.
Yeah, see, that's just, she doesn't know what she's doing. Right there, she should have said, you know, okay, let's go back a little bit just for the hell of it. So right here.
Observation, how long did the cut on Alex's head bleed?
Not there, right here.
Or no?
I didn't look at the back of his head right away when he exited the house.
When was the first time that you looked at it? About how long after he exited?
I can't answer time-wise, but it was during the time I had him seated at the sidewalk when I was talking to him.
Okay. Before he moved over or after?
Oh, after he moved over.
Okay.
Right here.
Did you ever enter into the house?
No.
You were just there in the front yard?
Yes.
The whole time? Okay. When you gave your... When you talked to the two detectives in the front yard and gave them your synopsis of...
Right, now right here she should just say, what did you tell them as a synopsis? And then if he doesn't say what you want him to say, you say, well, I have the transcript here. Will this help refresh your memory? Here, take a look at it. All right, what do you see there? And then he'll say it. Now it's not hearsay anymore. You get it? I mean, I think that's what you would be doing here.
What had happened? You said they got into a domestic fight.
So you now, because what she's doing right now is reading what he said, which should, it seems like that should be legitimately able to do that, but you can't. So right now he needs him to say that, and if he doesn't say what you want, then you hand him the report and say, see that right there? Does that refresh your memory? Can you read that out? And then he'll say it, and then that's what you wanted him to say.
Objection.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
What was the legal objection?
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Oh, I was just reading his report. Okay.
An objection, no question.
Please ask your next question.
And that's where she should have got right back to it. And
you said in your report that at one point Alex's niece grabbed the bat.
Objection.
Hold on.
Hearsay.
That's
Improper
hearsay.
question.
Okay, you can't ask hearsay. Please ask your next question.
She should consult her attorney right now.
Did Alex tell you that he got hit in the head with the bat?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay prior ruling.
Yeah, it's sustained. You can't ask
Oh,
questions
if
of
there's
what
a
Alex
prior
said.
ruling, then forget it. But what he says...
So you observed that he had this bump on his head, but you didn't know how he got it. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
You didn't know how he got it. Is that correct?
That was pretty clever.
I was told how he got it, which is different than me knowing how he got it, if that makes any sense.
Correct. You did not witness it, is what you're saying.
Correct.
But you knew that he had an injury to the back of his head on the right
That
side.
was pretty good. That was pretty good recovery.
Correct.
There.
Okay.
Gotta give it, yeah, that's like a good move there, you know? Because look at the judges even like, shit, should I have allowed that one in? Because, you know, that was pretty crazy. You know, because he wasn't going to let her say, read that he said that, you know, he got hit in the head or something like that. And then, so then she asked him a question. Yeah, come on, you got to admit that was a pretty good way to get him to actually have to say that. And the judge is looking at it like, dang, how'd she do that?
And how did you obtain that information, Your Honor?
You can't answer if it calls for hearsay.
But he kind of did get him to answer in a different way. That was pretty funny.
Did you observe the next door neighbor come out in her nightgown to speak to me?
I did.
And then there was another neighbor on the other side that came out that you told him to go back into his house?
Yeah.
Or it was a neighbor, but it was just some guy. Yeah, I assumed he was a neighbor.
I think that sucked when he did that. He should have said, "Hey, stay right there. I'll be with you in a minute."
Right.
He might have had
So they had
something-
blocked off the street, so the neighbors couldn't really exit the neighborhood. They couldn't go to school or work, or it's kind of an issue there.
Not really. I mean, when one car told us the layout of the neighborhood, then we realized that was the only person that wanted to exit. They told us they couldn't exit, so we just fixed it so anyone else could leave.
Right, but they were trying to come up to me to find out what was happening.
Objection,
Okay.
speculation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's take our afternoon break for the staff and the...
Yeah, it sounds like the report was at a prior ruling ruled as hearsay, and she's bringing up those elements on there. At least I think what Alex Cox said. Okay, but I think the stuff that he said isn't hearsay if it's in that report. So that's when she should have been able to say, "Can I use this report to refresh your memory?" And then there may have been an objection, and then we get to have known why even that isn't allowed, but we don't get to know that.
Jurors, we're going to take a 15-minute stretch restroom break. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Almost all the people subscribing up there are from my Koberger videos, not this one. I'll be negative like 5.
Juror 15. Juror 15. Is that your phone on the...
Just a couple more things. You mentioned that you briefed the detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what did you tell them in that briefing?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay, but did she not learn anything? See, she got back to it. Now does she jump in? I haven't heard this part yet, but let's see.
Are his statements hearsay as well, Your Honor?
Any out-of-court statement is hearsay unless there's an exception under, or it's non-hearsay under the rules. So yes, his out-of-court statements are...
How come? I don't understand stuff like that. Like a comment that he made that's in a report is hearsay. It's his words. He's right there. Hearsay is when, and why does it matter if it's in court, by the way? You guys, anybody have the answer to that? I mean, if he said these statements and they're in a report and he's right there, can't you ask him if this is true or not? So she did try to get back to that.
Hearsay. Go ahead.
I don't know, man. I thought hearsay was when you, like you're saying what somebody else said. right? Like it's not you that has the recollection. You're repeating what somebody else told you. But if it's his own words, then how is that? I mean, maybe it's somebody else wrote down what they thought he said, and so that makes it hearsay because he didn't write. Like, I mean, is it his own wording from his own report? That's kind of weird. Let me hear that how he worded that again.
The detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what did you tell them in that briefing?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Are his statements hearsay as well, Your Honor?
Any out-of-court statement is hearsay unless there's an exception or it's not
I don't understand those kind of rulings. It's weird.
hearsay under the rules. So yes, his out-of-court statements are hearsay. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I think it. Yeah, I mean, I'd like it if she could say, hand it to him and say, "Is this what you said?" And then does that refresh your memory? And could say it, but I don't think so. I think they've made a prior ruling that none of that stuff can be discussed. But because wouldn't her attorney jump up and say, hey, come here, listen, here's how we get this in. That's kind of weird.
So you did brief the detectives before you headed to the police station? Is that correct?
I did.
And who was there? Do you remember?
Yeah, well, I think that was a prior. He mentioned earlier a prior ruling deemed that everything in that report was hearsay, so it wasn't allowed.
Nate Moffat, Cassie, I think my sergeant.
Is that Detective Inkland? I'm sorry. I want to interrupt you.
No.
Oh.
And just off recollection, I think there was another one, but off of recollection, I don't remember.
Yeah, we already mentioned it to refresh the recollection earlier. I just don't know if he has... I think that report was deemed like you couldn't even use it in this trial.
And that was about how long before you left to go to...
I think so too, Zoza. When I listened to her today, I thought she was going to be like a worse version of Legally Blonde. But, you know, she's doing better than you would think an average person would do, just jumping up and trying to do it.
To the police station.
And that doesn't mean like everybody's on her side. It's just makes it a little bit more interesting. But you can see when she just totally screws up, you know.
10 minutes maybe?
And how long do you think you were speaking with them?
Under a minute.
Under a minute?
Yes.
For the briefing?
Yes.
Why doesn't she just ask what is it that you remember saying in the briefing? And then I think if at that point, couldn't she then introduce the report that you keep getting objections on and say, is this, you know, can I refresh your memory with this report? I don't know. Jeez, it's kind of weird. Yeah, but it wasn't entered into evidence because in a prior hearing, they deemed the report hearsay. And now maybe, is it somebody else that wrote it off of what they thought he said, and then that made it that way?
Did you meet with the prosecutor to go over your testimony today?
I did.
When was that?
2 weeks ago?
You should have been over here anyways, Truth Sleuth, because I
How
know
long did
you're
that meeting
watching
last?
somewhere else.
Probably around an hour total.
Did you review this report before you came to testify today as well?
I did.
That's what he said. It was ruled inadmissible. No, he said it was inadmissible before Sandy. You must have missed it a few minutes ago. He said that in a prior hearing, that particular report was ruled like hearsay, and and that's what it is. So anytime you're referring to it, it seems like that's what the objection would be. You must have missed it.
It was not part of your duty to check anything in the perimeter. You weren't looking for evidence. You were just dealing with the shooter. Is that correct?
Well, not just the shooter, but scene management, making sure the resources were en route. But yes, managed.
What all does that entail, scene management?
Well, once we knew there was not a threat out, I instructed Officer Wiz to set up an inner and outer perimeter with crime scene tape.
What else?
Make sure I had a supervisor en route, and then manage the people that walked up to the scene.
Who was that supervisor en route? Do you know?
Bill Nacella, my sergeant.
I ordered more exhibits.
How many people do you think came up to you at that scene?
Well, not up to me, but I instructed one gentleman that was walking on the sidewalk towards us. He needed to just leave the area. This didn't concern him. And then you and your daughter walked up to me, and I just asked you to go back to your car.
I don't know. I guess we don't get to know. Like, we didn't do all the hearings and things like that.
Any conversations with your supervisor when he arrived?
I did.
When was that?
At some point between me arriving on scene and me leaving the scene.
Closer to arriving or closer to leaving? Maybe.
Chocolate milkshake says about halftime.
Okay. How long do you think that conversation was?
Well, you saw it on the body worn camera, so a minute and a half maybe.
And he was just checking in with you to make sure everything was going well, that you were scene managing. Is that correct?
Objection, relevance, and hearsay.
Well, overruled, he can answer.
I was briefing him on what I knew thus far, what I was told.
And that was less than a minute?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So it took less than a minute to brief him on everything that had happened that day so far?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And it took less than a minute to brief the detectives as well of what happened that day?
An objection, asked and answered.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
Not what happened, what my portion was and what I knew happened.
Yeah. And you gotta, like, you know, see, the thing is the prosecution is walking a fine line here, because the defense, the jury knows that there's this person over here that's defending themselves, and it might come across as bullying. These kind of objections on asked and answered are just stupid, you know? Like, you're just making it seem like you're just kind of... And that's why the judge, even though that guy did answer that question before, on the next one said, I'll allow it, because he was trying to avoid the appearance of them sort of bullying or railroading. And I know this is what they were thinking of before the trial. There's this huge, I can't remember exactly, there's some expert discussing sort of this tightrope of not appearing to be too overly, against Lori, because the jury might pick up on that. So if you sit there and keep going, objection, asked and answered, objection, asked, object to the big things, not these little tiny things, all right? Nobody cares if he answered the question before.
So what you wrote in your report, basically, what you were told. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it took you 3 pages to write what you were told, but it took you less than a minute to discuss that with the detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's actually a pretty good point, right? He talks for a minute, but has 3 pages of notes describing what he told the detectives. It takes way more than a minute to read the 3 pages that you wrote.
How long was that transport from the residence to the Chandler Police Department?
In miles, probably 8 miles, 10 miles
thanks,
maybe.
Sazef.
How long do you think that took around?
Oh, there you go, the taco stomp.
10 to 15 minutes maybe.
Hey, we got the taco stomp working again. Come on, let's do it.
And then where did you enter into the police station? Is there a garage or something?
I don't recollect where I parked. There's various areas you can park at the police department to access the area that I access, so I'm unable to answer. I don't know where I parked.
Okay, and you were able to walk Alex into the police station, is that correct?
Yes.
And he was unhandcuffed, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you took him into an interrogation room, is that correct?
Yes.
And then Detective Moffat took over?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to be clear. Okay. Did your supervisor, Nacella, did he come to the police station as well?
Not with me, nor did I talk to him. He might have, but I don't know.
You didn't see him there?
Correct.
Okay. But you saw Detective Moffat there?
Yes.
And you saw Detective Inkland there?
I don't remember Inkland. I just remember Moffat relieved me.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Thank you.
Pretty funny. You know what I wish. Here's what it would be cool. At some point, if there was a trial where people weren't sure, and somebody was defending themselves, it'd be kind of cool to be able to root for somebody who was defending themselves that you sort of believed in. Like, nobody believes in Lori at all. She's a psychopathic cult leader killer. But it'd be neat to have a case someday where somebody's defending themselves and you actually think there might be a chance that they're getting screwed. However, those cases always seem to, an attorney will pick it up. You sort of wonder why Lori's doing this. I mean, she must think, well, I'm going to be in prison the rest of my life anyways. Why don't I give this a shot? But it would be kind of neat to cover a case where there was somebody that you thought was getting screwed over somehow, and they had to defend them. They were defending themselves. That we could actually be like, oh man, okay, well, because what sucks is in a case like this, if Lori has a good point, like she just made a minute ago, when this guy up here said that he only spoke in the briefing for a minute, but then when he wrote what they discussed in the briefing, it was 3 pages long. Well, just reading 3 pages out loud takes about 5 minutes, right? So, I mean, that was a pretty decent point, and it'd be great to be able to be like, that was But I have done that. I've said, that was a pretty good point there, da-da-da-da. They're not major league things. But you risk making people angry. How dare you say something that was a good point? She's a psycho. It's just like in the Jodi Arias case when I covered that one. I didn't do it. I wasn't live here, but I'd make videos back in 2012, and I was really hard on the prosecution, even though I knew. Jodi's the killer, etc. They were intentionally doing things that were completely bogus. Absolutely bogus, conspiring type of stuff that absolutely is provable. And people would get really angry that I would say stuff like that, even though I always said that she absolutely killed him and did it on purpose, etc., etc., etc. But whenever you say anything that has any sort of seemingly supportive comment towards somebody you think is a killer, everybody gets angry. So you're not allowed to just have a rational conversation, sort of like the Justin Ross Harris case, where he got absolutely screwed by the prosecution in that case, and absolutely ridiculous. One of the most disgusting things I've ever seen in the world. Ever in law, was the way that they handled that case against him. Even though Justin Ross Harris isn't a likable person, he got screwed, and turns out that he did. The judge, he was actually let out of prison. I think they overturned the conviction. It was that shitty. It was horrible. And we knew it. There was people like Truth Sleuth there, me, and a few other people that could just see it the whole time. It was really clear and obvious. This isn't one of those cases here. But I would like to be able to play the trial and be able to say, that was a pretty good point. Are you guys okay with that? Or is that all right? Who are you talking to? Seth. She isn't even here. Are you like commenting from like a mile up there? Oh, yeah, the comment about she's doing way better than, right.
At the beginning of cross-examination, you were asked about Alex Cox's demeanor. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you had advised that he was nonchalant and calm, right?
Yes.
And you were asked whether or not you were nonchalant and calm too, correct?
Yes.
Had you just shot someone?
No.
You were asked if
were
the
you related?
firefighters were calm and...
See, that was a dumb question right there. That attorney, what she should have said was Charles related to you at all? Right. Were you just involved? Did you witness a shooting? Were you around anything like that? Yeah, instead it was like, I'm not even sure what she just said. It wasn't the right argument.
Right?
Yes.
And you were asked whether or not you were nonchalant and calm too, correct?
Yes.
Had you just shot someone?
Yeah,
No.
But what does that have to do with anything? Lori didn't shoot anybody either. So that wasn't a really good a comment right there. Lori never shot anybody. Nobody's even saying she shot somebody.
You were asked if the firefighters were calm and nonchalant. Had they just shot someone?
As far as I know, no.
How about Officer Wiz? You said he was nonchalant.
So why is she allowed to ask these kind of weird questions? I guess there's no objection though.
Calm too. Had he just shot anyone?
No.
So it's not really exactly the same to compare you to the shooter, right?
Correct. I would not compare us.
When you went up to the scene, you had your gun drawn on him, correct?
Yes.
Still nonchalant and calm?
Yes.
You were asked a lot also about your nonchalant and calm appearance today in court. Are you stressed or just answering questions to the best of your knowledge?
The latter, just answering questions.
Let me ask you something, sir. Earlier when that weird sound was coming on, your face got really bug-eyed. Is that one of the scariest things you've ever seen in your life?
To the best of my knowledge.
You had to testify before?
I have.
That's how I would
You were
do
asked
it.
about the injury to Alex Cox. We have seen the body-worn camera footage, and we cut it off at some point. When Mr. Cox first came out of the house, he did not have his hand to his head, correct?
Correct.
You told us you didn't notice an injury at that point?
Correct.
When he first sat down on the curb before you moved him, did you notice an injury at that point?
I did not.
Was he touching his head at that point?
Recollection, I don't remember.
At some point in the video that we watched, did we see Alex Cox touch his head?
Yes.
When you were watching him, did you at times see him rubbing his head?
Yes.
The towel or paper towel or whatever that was in his hand, was that the only item you ever saw him using to rub or touch his head?
Yes.
Was it soaked or saturated in blood?
No.
Can we see it on the body cam that it's mostly white?
Yes.
So if we want to really know how long it was that he was seated before he touched his head, we could watch the time on the body cam, right?
Yes.
You were asked if you met with the prosecutor previously. When we met, did you have to watch that entire body cam?
Yes.
And is that when you actually initialed it, exhibit number 1 there, so that you would recognize it in court?
Yes.
You were asked about when you arrived and when you later transported Alex Cox to the precinct. Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you had at least taken him to the precinct?
Yes.
If I could have my paralegal bring up the CAD report.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so why couldn't she do the same thing regarding that other report? Because that one was deemed hearsay. She tried one objection earlier and said leading, but it wasn't leading at all. It was...
Does that help refresh your recollection as to when you arrived back at the precinct with Alex Cox?
It does.
And when was that?
9:18 and 19 seconds.
And so the 911 call was at 8:36 a.m.?
That's when I received it. It could have come into the dispatch a few minutes earlier.
And you said you arrived And we saw you on the body cam right after Officer Where's Biggie, who got there around 8:41.
So would it be a good rebuttal later? Like if Lori was able to recross, or whatever you want to call it, this guy, couldn't she say, well, earlier when you were asked if you had ever shot anybody, and your demeanor was still calm, asking, you never shot anybody, but I never shot, I'm not being accused of shooting anybody, so why would I act, I don't know if she could do something like that, but that was a ridiculous analogy or comparison that the prosecutor tried to make right there. Hey, thanks, Zev.
Hanging in there. This is entertaining and interesting.
Yeah, I'm hanging in there. We'll see how it goes. Well, I guess we made it for round 2.
Yes.
So you were with Alex Cox at the scene talking to Lori Vallow and her daughter and doing those briefings in that 20, 30 minutes?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see at least one juror question in a bin. If there are any juror questions, please pass.
I don't think maybe you're allowed to do a recross. I don't know if you can. How far does it just keep going back and forth, or is it just cross? Direct, cross, and then redirect, and then maybe that's all you can do. I don't know.
Them down at this time.
Yeah. Well, he definitely wasn't. Let's go try to find that really quick. Hold on. So what are we at right now? We're at 2:09:07. There isn't a lot left. Maybe another 25 minutes. Let's see if we can find 2:09:07. Okay, hold on. Or I'll show you what I'm talking about. Where is this? Look. By the way, look at this. Watch. Brother? Give me a break. Look at these two guys. What? That's incredible. They look like they're, at least half brothers or something. But they also look a little bit like Charles. With the beard and the bald head. Let's see if I can find that. Oh, right there. Look at that. This guy's nonchalant? Are you kidding me? Pull the tape, everybody. Pull the tape. You said he was nonchalant. Look at this guy. Oh, yeah, that guy's nonchalant. Yeah, he's... Let's see, hold on.
If we can fix that.
This guy looks like he's wigging out, man. Look at him. Shit, this isn't even anything. Looks like they cut some of that out. All right. It was 2:07:09, is that what it was?
And is that when you actually initialed it,
Yeah.
exhibit number
He
1 there,
wasn't
so that you would
nonchalant.
recognize it in court?
Yes.
You were asked about when you arrived and when you later transported Alex Cox to the precinct. Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you had at least taken him to the precinct?
Oh, yeah, that was 2:09:07.
Juror questions, please pass them down at this time.
There we go. That's right, Colorado, Arizona. What's the other state that does the juror questions? Indiana had that, right? And that, by the way, those sounds are from the audio, the video itself. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Go ahead, the state has a follow-up question.
Just one question, and I don't know if the CAD will help you answer that. Do you know when you were finished with this call? What time it was when you were finished or released from this call and able to go back out?
It was probably 5 minutes after, maybe 10, probably 10 minutes. I probably used the restroom, to be honest with you, and got something to drink at the station, water. So 10 or 15 minutes after the detective came in the room is when I hit the 10-8 button and I went and took other calls for service.
Okay, so you were done with this call before the end of your shift?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you didn't go back to the scene to help with scene security or anything like that?
No.
Any other questions?
Did the defendant have any follow-up?
No, we're fine, Your Honor.
All right, this witness can step down. You want to give me that? Thank you. All right. You can call your next witness.
Can she get the death penalty in this case, or is it off the table as well?
The podium here, and he's sworn in by my clerk.
Can you spell your name for the record?
Scott, S-C-O-T-T, C-O-W.
Please raise your right hand. Only swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth will help you God.
All right, you're going to come up this little ramp, have a seat right here.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Scott Cowden,
And where do you work?
Chandler Fire Department.
How long have you worked there?
Almost 26 years.
And talk to you a little bit about what firefighters do. Do you just respond to fires, or are you also responsible for something else?
No, the majority of our job is going to be EMS medical calls.
Can you tell us what the difference is between a paramedic and an EMT?
EMT would just be kind of the more basic kind of entry-level position. Paramedic is more advanced, so you have more advanced training. There's more advanced skills that you could perform. Like some of our equipment would only be able to be used and utilized and performed by a paramedic.
As both a EMT or a paramedic, are you trained to perform CPR?
Yes.
And can you tell us, have you ever been a CPR instructor yourself?
Yes, I was a CPR instructor for probably over 12 years.
Was that for other firefighters?
I was certified through American Heart Association, a contract employee with Dignity Health. They have a variety of different classes that could be for just the lay rescuer, lay person that wants to know how to do CPR. They have classes that might be for certain businesses that want their employees. And then there's healthcare provider classes that it could be firefighters, nurses that are attending to be recertified. Every 2 years, you have to have that certification recertified.
Can you tell us what CPR is?
It stands for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So you're kind of acting as the heart. The heart has stopped beating, so no blood is flowing through the body. You're doing chest compressions on the chest, and you're pumping and pushing that blood to the body.
When would you give CPR to a person?
If they don't have a pulse. And you confirm that just by checking for a pulse, and you don't feel that. The heart isn't beating, and you would need to start chest compressions.
What is the point of that?
It seems like they're in session till 6 o'clock or so.
Doing those chest compressions, you said moving the blood through the body. Why?
You're trying to, give.
Okay, so here's what Lori, if there's no death penalty in this case, what does she have to lose, And I just go out, and she's already got life in prison anyways. It's just kind of, hey, I'll give it a shot, Why not? Who cares? What difference does it make?
Them a chance, increase their chance of survival. I don't know what maybe the latest numbers and statistics might say, but in the past I've seen it say that if somebody starts CPR within the first few minutes, it can double or triple their chances of surviving.
When you are called to a scene, are you guys being given updates by the 911 operator to your dispatch so you know what to expect?
Yeah, so you get dispatched and you already have an idea of the type of call, and then en route we call it PTI, and that will come across the computer screen. And so now you have more information of what you're kind of walking into, so you can kind of game plan it a little bit more.
If somebody calls 911 and doesn't know how to do CPR, what happens?
My understanding is that 911 would talk them through that and give them instructions of what to do.
Okay.
Would you expect to have somebody out of breath if they were doing CPR that hadn't done it before? Maybe they're not used to doing it. Wouldn't they be out of breath?
You are giving CPR. You talked about chest compressions. Can you talk to us about, is there any physical identification that you might observe on a person who has had CPR chest compressions?
That I might see.
Who said chocolate milk? What are you talking about, Jeannie?
After a person has been given chest compressions.
Yes. So you need to perform it in the right location. So it's the lower half of the sternum or breastbone. To kind of find that, it's more helpful if you can see the skin, maybe lift up the shirt. So that's typically something we're going to want to do. If CPR has been done and it's been done effectively enough, you can see almost like a depression or an impression that is left there on the skin, because you need to do it forceful enough and deep enough that you're actually compressing the heart to push the blood.
So you said you might see a depression. Does that not just pop right back out? when you stop?
No, you'll still see it. You'll see it like if you stop CPR during the call for whatever reason that might be appropriate, and then you go back to resuming CPR. You'll see where your hands were. That area can be vulnerable to breaking. Ribs can break during CPR, so there's typically depression in the chest.
Do you ever actually hear anything when you are giving someone chest compressions?
I for sure feel it. I don't know if it's audible enough to hear it, especially with maybe the rest of the commotion that's going on, but you definitely feel that crunch or that crack. I kind of compare it to like if you're cracking your knuckles in your hands or something, your fingers. It kind of feels like something like that, but more extreme, I guess.
And this is something that you have felt multiple times in doing CPR?
Yes, and teaching CPR, you want to forewarn people of that too, to kind of expect that and not necessarily kind of be alarmed. You don't want them to think they've caused more harm necessarily.
Does that crack or crunch occur each time you restart CPR?
Here's how he did CPR. Listen. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I'm doing CPR. Yeah. Oh, man. I'm really tired. Yeah, I guess he probably isn't alive after those 43. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Not 43 minutes.
CPR in the same patient?
No, it's typically just the first couple of times.
Have you previously performed
did it.
CPR on a person who was shot?
I'm sure I probably have.
When you
Wouldn't you
are
remember
performing
that?
CPR on a person that's shot, have you ever seen that cause more blood to come out if there are gunshot wounds?
Yes. I've been on some scenes where, it's been a little more bloody, so to speak. You have to be cautious of where you're stepping, or if you're kneeling down by the patient's side to perform the CPR, you're trying to be careful of that.
I want to bring you to July 11th of 2019, a call to 5531 South Four Peaks Place. Do you recall this incident?
Yes.
Do you still have some independent memory of this?
Yes.
Was it the fact that the police
not
interviewed you
speculation.
also
He didn't.
make this a
He
more
didn't.
memorable scene?
Yes.
Do you recall when you first got to the scene, did you just drive right up, or how did you guys approach the scene?
Call types like this, we're going to stage and wait for PD to clear the scene so it's safe to enter.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be speculation at all. It's going to be, there's no visible signs of CPR attempts. When he came outside after he was just doing CPR, he's not breathing heavily, he's not doing anything. Well, maybe he's just in great shape. You mean the guy that died just months later from heart problems? Probably not.
You're going to get into in
That
this
they
particular
say.
case, you're going to be in the neighborhood.
Okay, by the way, I don't think Alex Cox died naturally. I think it's just an error, and they weren't able to find whatever drug it was, or whatever it was that killed him. So I guess Tammy was actually killed, I didn't realize it, but by suffocation. Like they literally suffocated her to death. But sometimes I wonder about Zulema Pastines, Like, what was she all about? I mean, it's just a little weird, don't you think, that after the investigation leads to these various people being killed, and they find out that, now they want to re-look into Tammy Daybell, they exhume her body, and then the very next day after exhuming her body, Alex Cox dies in his house. I mean, what are the odds of that? Just pure odds, even if he's unhealthy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I just think the odds of that are so minuscule. I think at that point they realized that law enforcement was onto him, and we got to get rid of our loose end, Alex Cox. So I don't know, they came up with this autopsy finding. There's no way else. I think they should exhume Alex Cox if he's still out there, and see if they can find the traces of something else. Because don't you put a 1 if you think it's extraordinarily unlikely that he just happened to die naturally the day after exhuming Tammy Daybell's body. I mean, give me a break, all right?
But you're going to be around the corner, around the block, a street away, whatever kind of might make the most sense based on where we're coming from.
Okay. How many people are on a fire engine?
In the city of Chandler, we typically have at least 4 on any of our fire engines and fire ladders.
And what was your role?
So you'll have a captain who's up
exactly.
front. That's the person that's in charge. I'm a fire engineer specifically, so I drive the fire apparatus. And then we'll have 2 firefighters in the back seat.
Do you recall in this
Hey, at least
case
we got 4 rational people.
about how far away you were staged?
I mean, from a time standpoint, we might have been 30 seconds away.
Who were the other people on your team that day,
By names?
if you recall?
Okay. Captain Keller, firefighters Kaczynski, and firefighter Fife.
When you arrive at a scene like this, you told us that there's a captain, you're the driver.
Yeah, they just got married. I think the same time frame as the niece. Now I can't remember her name for some reason. Melanie. I think her name was Melanie also, right? And that idiot Pulowski. You know, like they got married, and I think it was like the same weekend or something that Alex and Zulema got married. Isn't that just weird? I mean, just the timing of all that, and Zulema was sort of like up there, high up in the levels of their craziness. I think she was a little bit more even into it than that Melanie Gibb idiot. I mean, Melanie Gibb is one of the dumbest people that's ever lived. Okay, I mean, just an absolute moron. You listen to her talk, it's you get dumber just listening to it. It's scary. But also, I think Ian Pulowski is about as dumb as well when he actually turned in the entire Colt and then asked for forgiveness because Melanie was so hot, you know.
However, does everyone sort of have a job, or how does that work when you first get there?
You typically may kind of talk about roles and what might happen. Also, like in this particular case, this was our first call of the day. So
Like a
all of
pig.
our calls, we're going
That's
to
gross.
do some documentation and chart it. And so we typically start with, the captain will start the first call of the day. So that meant Captain Keller was going to be charting it. So that would leave the other 3 of us to
That's what I
do
think,
the
Phyllis.
evaluation,
I think you're
assessment,
right.
and
I
patient
do think
contact and
that.
skills.
So when you drove up to the scene, what did you see?
I remember us having to
Zulema was absolutely dumbfounded and felt so fortunate when the autopsy showed it was natural causes. She was like, cha-ching!
make a turn and a couple of...
I mean, hell, the son, did you guys listen to that 911 call? Zulema's son, Alex's new stepson, didn't even know who the hell he was. You guys remember that? I don't know who this guy, the son is like, he doesn't know who this guy is. And he doesn't want to do CPR on this weirdo. I mean, who the hell is this guy?
Officers, I feel like, were already there, kind of navigate their cars, position right in front of the house. Saw at least one officer outside, saw a citizen, I feel like probably in the driveway somewhere with that officer. And then we just kind of proceeded out of the apparatus.
When you guys entered the house, you said that Captain Keller was going to be charting. So does that mean he wouldn't be touching the patient?
More than likely not, unless we needed additional help. I mean, he possibly could have been the first one in. Also, the way we were parked, that passenger side of the fire apparatus was the closest to the front door. He might have been in first.
They did CPR on my brother for like an hour. He didn't make it out.
Because I'm going to be on the other side. The two firefighters are getting out and going to the back compartment of the truck to get the equipment. So he may have walked up and possibly checked a pulse or something like that first, but he didn't. I don't feel like he did anything else other than that, if that.
Okay. You told us that as you're going there, you're receiving information about the patient, correct?
Correct.
In this case, had you received any information about whether or not he was receiving CPR?
Yes, I recall we had that info two ways. We had it with the PTI on our computer screen, which would be coming from our fire department dispatch. And then we have the ability to also listen on the radio to the PD channels. And so we can hear communication between the officers that are getting on scene and then the PD dispatch. And they also communicated that at some point in time.
When you entered the house, was there an officer already inside?
Yeah.
I believe there was an officer inside with Captain Keller.
And did you observe anyone giving the patient CPR?
No.
Can you tell us what you saw when you first entered the house?
We walked in the front door, just kind of a little entryway, and it kind of, I feel like it stepped down into maybe a formal kind of family room or something, but it was empty with no furniture anywhere in the room. That jumped out at first because it makes it easier. Like sometimes we're on scenes where a patient could be between a bed and a closet and you got to move them somewhere. So those thoughts are already kind of in your mind that you may have to move a patient just to have better access, and that was not a challenge here.
Did you notice any blood on the scene?
Not until I saw it on the patient's chest, but I didn't see it in the room. It wasn't something that I was going to need to avoid kneeling in to do CPR, avoid standing in, walking around. There's 4 of us. We probably had at least 4 boxes of equipment in there, so we didn't have to worry about where we placed this stuff in terms of blood.
Oh, well, they should sue. My mom sued the fraternity my brother was in. I think they got like at my. They were trying for a larger amount, but the attorney just sort of settled without even knowing, anything, and all they were using it for was to start a fund for, anti-drugs is what it was at the time. My mom fought against the legalization of drugs for years, and I think that's an absolutely noble thing to fight for. Even if you don't agree with, you think drugs should be legal and all this kind of shit like that, I don't give a damn what your opinion is on it. I think it's really noble for somebody to fight against something like that in honor of their son that died from, nobody actually really knows. His heart just went into some fatal rhythm, but he did have coke in his system from earlier, so maybe that caused something like that. I think if they had defibrillators like they do now all over the place, he'd probably still be alive. But my mom sued the fraternity, and it's just back then in 1986 there were people would just walk up and down the halls with coke on mirrors and shit. It was just like the stupidest thing you've ever seen.
Have you been to scenes where there's a large pool of blood around the patient that you're trying to...
And I'm just bringing it up because somebody up above said that Riley Strain's family is suing the fraternity, and absolutely they should.
Not step in, kneel in, get in.
Yes.
You told us that you saw blood on the patient. Do you recall seeing any blood pooling in his chest, neck area?
I don't recall it pooling. He still had clothes on, a shirt on, and so it had been absorbing some blood.
I'll show you an admitted...
He was 22 years old. I was 20, he was 22.
Exhibit number 3. Do you recall ever seeing this pooling of blood around his neck there?
Yeah, thanks.
I don't recall that.
Okay. When you first saw the patient, what was your first impression?
That he's lying there unresponsive. You're not seeing any signs of life. You don't see somebody that's maybe moaning from an injury, moving, spontaneous breathing. What was your question again?
Just your first impressions of him as you are walking in and you're looking at him and assessing him.
Yeah, I guess that would be sufficient for my...
Well, thanks, Danny. Yeah, my parents... my parents are, in their life, were great people. Like, actual, like, not just trying to say that because they're my parents. My father was one of the best nephrologists on the planet Earth. You can look him up. Dr. William Bennett. William M. Bennett. And then my mother, she was a appraiser and then worked at a bank and became at the same bank she was at, she was moved up to the appraisal of, like, what do you call it, like businesses. I forgot the term for that, but she would do businesses, but she wasn't paid anywhere near the men, but she was better than them. That's why they gave her those jobs. And then after a while, she ended up suing U.S. Bank for back pay because women were paid so crappy compared to, I think it was, she threatened to do a class action lawsuit, but then I think they settled for her, and then I think it was only like, maybe it was like $40,000 or something, but that was 1970 something. And then she designed a house on a small lot that she purchased and used that money to actually build the entire house. And then the architect stole her designs because it was such a great use of a small area. So they took that, and then after my brother died, she was just a great appraiser, just kept doing that. And then my brother died, and then she just kind of gave up all that and then fought against the legalization of drugs, fought against George Soros, who absolutely funds a lot of that shit. George Soros is literally trying to destroy the United States. People don't actually think that, but if you actually, my mom has talked about George Soros for 20, 30 years at this point. And she's gone to Washington, spoke at the State Department, all kinds of stuff. And that's why it's just so shitty how it is right now. Is like my mom's memory is completely, like today, she says, "Hey, Gray, can you, it's like 3 calls. She goes, "Hey, can somebody take me to go visit Dad?" And I said, yeah, my son's coming to pick you up at 1 o'clock. And 10 minutes later, "Hey, Gray, I was just wondering if somebody can pick me up and take to visit Dad." I go, "Yeah," and she goes, or did I already ask you that?" And I go, "Yeah, we just talked about it like 10 minutes ago." And then like 20 minutes later, "Hey, is somebody gonna," it's sad, it sucks. And then my dad has a lot of different, heart problems and kidney, ironically, problems. And, he was taking care of Mom recently because mom used to take care of him for years because he was the one out working. And after, years of fighting against drugs, she was just kind of like at home taking care of everything. And then she can't do that anymore. And then he had to start doing that. And then he got really sick, and he's just trying to get home out of rehab, trying to get his heart back and everything working, and then she can't remember it. It just sucks. What a shitty way for them to, sort of end the glory years of their life or whatever. But we got them into a really cool retirement facility that actually has, what do you call it? Assisted living and a memory care place where it's in the same building, but if she gets to that point, she would have to live in that area, and he can come visit. But they have assisted living, so we're trying to get him out of this other place to put him in there to be together, and then I think it'll sort of solve some of the problems. But man, what a nightmare. And the hospital system he's been in treated him like garbage. I mean, he's probably saved 10,000 lives minimum in his career, and you'd think they'd treat him a little better at the end, but they just don't. They're just piles of shit, unbelievable, disgusting. It's just like he sat in the room for 2 days with not one soul doing any physical therapy or anything, just sort of sitting there staring at a wall. Anyways, sorry to be bitching over
My answer.
Did you think that he could be deceased?
It's definitely was a possibility. There was no, like I said, no obvious signs of life.
Yeah, it's a cool place.
When you got into the room, did someone begin performing CPR on him?
So when I got to Charles' side,
they're not together right now, though.
A more detailed assessment, so to speak, rather than what I was seeing visually. So you're checking for responsiveness. You can move the patient. You're going to check for a pulse. Now you're closer to the chest. You're looking for breathing, seeing if you see the chest rise and fall. And we would call him unresponsive and pulseless and apneic. Apneic meaning not breathing. And then I would have started CPR.
So he wasn't breathing. He had no pulse. He wasn't moving. There were no signs of life.
Correct.
You told us that you had received information that someone had been doing CPR prior to your arrival, correct?
Correct.
Did that impact your view of the patient and your decision-making on what you should do next when you see this patient that is lifeless?
I mean, it makes...
I know you didn't really misunderstand. They were living together, and he got put into... we had to kind of take him to the hospital a couple different times, and then he was actually in a hospital for a week or so, and they were just trying to get him back to... And then some level of something. And then they sent him a stableness, I guess. And then they sent him to a rehab facility where he's been there for about a week now. So it's been about 2 or 3 weeks, but they were at a facility in Vancouver, Washington. And during the time that he's been in the hospital and the time that he still isn't home yet, we've already moved their entire house to this new facility. I mean, not their house, everything that was in there to a new place with movers and everything to be closer, way closer to us. My wife and me and our 2 kids and my my stepbrother, I guess, and his wife. They're all right here. We live 5 miles away maximum now, where it was like 45-minute drive one way and back, etc. So they're all over here, and he's even in a rehab that's right over here too. We just got to get him out of it and back together in their room at this new place, and have some assisted living person come in and help on a daily basis. I think that'd be pretty cool. But they're almost there, says F. Almost.
Do you think that there's increased likelihood of survival?
Close.
Possibly.
Maybe at the end of this week. I'll let you guys know.
Until we can, starting CPR is still appropriate to do, and then we can utilize some of our rest of our equipment. We can put an EKG machine on. We can actually see what the heart is doing. We can look at the rhythm. We wouldn't want to call a patient before, taking some additional steps.
Okay. Who performed CPR?
I did.
And I'll put up Exhibit 4 here. Do you recognize who these people are?
Yes.
And who are they?
So standing to the left is Captain Keller. He's documenting. Standing to the right is firefighter Kaczynski. And then kneeling down back towards us is myself. And then kneeling down where you're pointing is firefighter Fife.
Probably Susie F, isn't it?
When you first began...
hey, by the way, I keep saying Suz F all these years. Is that really what you're called, or is it like Susie F?
Performing CPR. Can you tell us what you felt?
So at first I didn't see a depression that would typically be left from somebody else previously doing compressions.
Yep.
So I thought that was odd considering the information we had en route. I started doing compressions. I felt that initial crack and crunch for probably the first couple of compressions that, again, you would typically feel when you're first starting compressions and if you're going hard enough and deep enough.
So that means there wasn't compression done
How
before.
long did you do CPR before you evaluated and utilized any other means to see if he might still be alive, savable?
If I had to estimate,
SOOZ.
I was probably doing CPR chest compressions for at least a minute. It probably took them at least 30 seconds to a minute to maybe get in to the house.
So what that means is he was crunching. That means that when Alex did it, he wasn't doing anything because he would have crunched too.
Where I was after I entered, they've got to set down that equipment and get some of that out. So I feel like at least a minute is a fair assessment.
Yeah,
what
I think we're going to have
happened next? Is there some way to check his heart to see if there's activity, or what do you do?
Yeah, so I was doing chest compressions. I remember mentioning, because there's bullet holes going through them, so I remember mentioning to firefighter Kaczynski when she went to cut the shirt to not cut through a bullet hole. So she kind of went along the side. That's exposing the chest, so that way then we can put our heart monitor and perform an EKG on Charles to kind of see what his rhythm is doing. A person can typically still do chest compressions while they're doing that, and they can kind of work around you. But at some point in time, you're going to have to stop. That way, you can just look at what the machine is showing you and telling you.
Was there any heart activity when you put on those EKG?
No, it was what we would call asystole, and it's just a flat line on the screen. There's no electrical activity of the heart.
At some point, you said you saw gunshot wounds. Do you recall how many you saw in the front there?
I saw 2.
Do you ever look to see if there's exit wounds?
We did roll him. I seem to recall him.
You know what's funny? Your eyes in that picture right there, you look like that one officer a minute ago when he's like, holy shit, there's a sound. Hold on.
Remember that we rolled him my way. I feel like the other 2 firefighters or then on that other side, firefighter Kaczynski, who's the one that's standing up, I feel like she had a better view of what those looked like since he was rolled my way. But I remember her commenting that there was 2 wounds on that backside of the patient.
So when you say he was rolled towards you, he's rolled towards this mirror over here?
Correct.
Okay. When you had stopped doing the CPR to roll him and he goes back, did you notice the depression in his chest now?
After I resumed CPR, yes. It makes it kind of easier to find your landmark, because that's something that you typically look for.
So it was not there when you first started CPR,
Correct.
but it was after you had performed it.
Correct.
Do you wear gloves when you do this?
Yes.
Did you have blood on your gloves after you were doing CPR?
Yes.
You told us that when you first arrived, there was
I would
not
think
much
Kay would be
concern
there
for
for sure.
having to navigate around blood that might be pooling around the victim, correct?
Correct.
After you had been doing CPR, was there more blood now
Yeah,
around
keep
the
it-
patient?
There was definitely more on his chest.
Yeah, just keep Suzef, okay? Because I'll try to remember to say Suzef, but if you change it, it'll confuse me.
More was coming out of the wounds, specifically the one on the chest, from what I recall. The shirt isn't necessarily there to absorb it anymore. We've removed it. I can't recall necessarily on the ground, like where I might have been kneeling, but
When you first arrived, did you see any blood exiting the abdomen wound?
I did not.
As you were at this scene, you guys did the EKG. There was no heart activity. What do you do after that?
At some point in time, we just kind of have to look at patient viability, and we're just looking at the facts and how he's kind of presenting. And we're considering time that we've already been on scene, time, staging, responding, all of that. And ultimately, we do have offlines that we follow for different types of medical calls, and we felt that he fell into that category of not being viable and that we could call him on scene.
Now, you talked about you were not staged very far away, correct?
Correct.
Were you staged very long before you pulled up?
I felt like we might have been there for at least a couple of minutes.
Correct. When the patient was rolled, did anyone notice anything about, or did you notice anything about his skin that made you also question perhaps how long it had been since he had been shot?
Yes, it was pointed out because I didn't have a good view of that backside, the skin color, some modeling. There's changes in the skin color that are starting to occur from your blood hasn't been circulating, hasn't been circulating as effectively as compared to when the heart is beating. You've got 2 injuries to the thoracic torso of the body, so to speak, the chest and abdomen. Those are going to hit internal organs and cause internal bleeding. And so that blood is starting to kind of what we would call lividity. It's just gravity. It's just kind of starting to go towards the backside, and the color changes are occurring.
So as the heart stops, the blood starts to just pool.
Yes, it's just stagnant, not being moved, and then those injuries inside, he's going to be bleeding internally.
And so some of that pooling causes color changes to the skin
Yes.
that were observed.
Yes.
Was there anything about this victim, about Charles, that made you think that CPR may not have been performed on him prior to you arriving?
It was just simply the fact that what I saw on the chest when I first looked at it before I started CPR, and then what I felt during my first couple of chest compressions.
Hey, before we get too late in here, everybody put out some positive vibes for, I guess Scouting Dude is what he goes by in here, but they're in that flood. Their house got completely flooded over there. It's crazy. So put those little prayer hands over in Kentucky. He sent me videos. I mean, I've seen where their house is. He showed me videos when they were at their house. It's like completely underwater. Literally. Like, you know, they can't even see it. It's that deep. It's crazy.
After you guys rolled him, saw the modeling and the lividity, was any further CPR performed?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. When did you call this then?
Say that again?
When did you call it? When did you stop performing CPR?
So I don't remember with 100% certainty. If I feel like, from what I recall, when performing chest compressions, the shirt's going to be cut off. We're exposing the patient, rolling, looking for more wounds and injuries, confirming what we see on the back, pointing that out to Captain Keller so he can document it, rolling back down, resuming CPR, monitors going on, stopping again to look at what the monitor's saying, resuming again to then have a brief discussion based on, okay, what we found, what are we thinking?
I mean, 43 minutes, though. Hell, he was probably cold almost. You know?
He kind of fall.
Ultimately, did you guys terminate any treatment at about 8:48 a.m.?
It'll be interesting. I wonder if they had any neighbors that had like a Ring camera that heard the sound of the gunshots, and then you time it with the 911 call. Something like that, you get a perfect timing on that.
If that's what's on the documentation, I would agree with that. I know we responded in the morning. It was our shift starts at 8 a.m. This was our first call. I don't remember if you said earlier what time we were dispatched or not, or just established the date.
If my
Yeah, it's hard to be minimal damage when your entire house is underwater, but yeah.
legal could approach with the charting, would looking at the charting help you refresh your recollection as to when you guys ended any life-saving means?
So it looks like our dispatch is 8:37. Looks like we might have made patient contact at 8:45. So what else? I know the dispatch screen that will have like times of responding and things like that might have an appropriate time on it also that I'm not seeing right here though, but I'm still looking.
Almost done.
So I see our first monitored rhythm as the asystole, like I said, that date time, I see a time of 8:48. So that might have been when we called him. I can see the obvious signs of death that Captain Keller used as the reason for discontinuing ROSC, maternal spontaneous circulation though, so that would probably be the appropriate time.
Okay. After, well, let me say, so does it seem about right that you were with this patient for maybe 3 or so minutes? Actively working?
Actively working, I think, probably close to 5 minutes.
Okay. And once he's called, what do you do at the scene? What do you do with all your equipment?
So once he's called, it's kind of a PD scene now, so we're gonna leave the body. We're gonna gather up what we can, our equipment. Sometimes there's some stuff we might need to leave.
Or he was just letting him die. I wonder how come they didn't think through that part. You know, like, yeah, I mean, if we wait 43 minutes, I mean, won't they be able to tell that he's been dead for a while?
Behind that's necessary to leave on the patient. But,
so like the EKG monitors that are stuck on him, you leave those on him?
Yeah, we can disconnect those, exactly, and bring the cables with us.
Okay. When you told us when you arrived that you noticed a individual with a police officer near the driveway.
Correct.
Did you see that same person still outside when you exited?
Yes.
Did you notice any bleeding or obvious injuries to that person?
No.
Did you make an assumption as to who that was?
Yes, our PTI en route said brother or brother-in-law shot brother, so performing CPR, so you're kind of assuming it's that person.
Okay. In terms of his size, is he someone that, you talked about people may not be able to always be strong enough or able to perform CPR in a way to cause the depression or that crunching sound, for lack of a better term. In your experience, what type of people are we talking about for that? Where you wouldn't be surprised that you may not have seen.
I'll tell you what would be scary is to do CPR on like an infant. That would just be, like if you had to do that, I mean, how do you, Jesus, you'd have to, I don't even know how, you'd probably just use your 2 fingers and press down. I mean, you could see like, you wouldn't know how hard to push because it would freak you out. Like you could just crush them, right? I mean, I don't know. You guys have any experience with that? The nurses that are in here?
That depression or the crunching?
It's typically going to be maybe an elderly population, somebody that's not as big, not as strong, that might not be able to perform chest compressions hard enough and deep enough. Sometimes if a patient is in a bed, so the mattress has give to it, compression won't be as effective.
Kay and Larry are why this thing got going.
We want to get him to the floor. Obviously, he was already on the floor, so that aids chest compressions.
Was there anything about this male that you saw when you observed him entering or exiting that made you believe that he had been injured?
No.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that the victim, Charles Vallow, was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to you doing that?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross.
You want me to go now? Or it's 4:30, I didn't know if you wanted
How long do you anticipate your cross-examination?
to. It take a while, Your Honor.
All right, we'll break for the evening then.
So I guess that's first out of the gate for cross-examination.
We'll need you back here tomorrow morning at 10:30.
10:30?
Yes. All right, we'll release the jury at this time for the evening. We'll resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
All right, there you go, everybody. Day 1 in the books. The freaks got us to the goal where we can actually continue on to day number 2, but the same thing applies. But, yeah. So hopefully we'll try to do day number 2. But Wednesday I have a whole bunch of stuff because we're doing the Koberger hearing. And then in the evening, I guess, probably after the hearing we'll talk about it for a while, just so we can talk about it. And then we'll do, obviously we'll have the trial in the evening. So that'll be a long day. All right. Anyways, I want to say thanks to, let's see, we've got Linda S. and someone, it says. And then Lisa Valenzuela, Cheryl Moran, Nana's Love, Allison, and then those are Buy Me a Coffees, and then let's see, that was Alicia Cloud on a PayPal, and I think that's about it on that portion. Then we had we had Walker, Amber Maiden gifted 5, Sazef gifted 1, then Michelle, let's see, Donica, Alley Cake, Moofies, Cheryl Moran, put out the positive vibes for, her with her dog who's, kind of went through sort of similar to Blue a little bit there. K. Me, Linda Howe, Amber Maiden, K.S., Flora Post, then M10, KXC114, Alley Cake, Cheryl Moran, Linda Howe, Mama 457 Rose, M10. I know M10 did a double cat eye. That's what got us to the goal. We wouldn't have been too bad without that, but she got us to the goal with a double cat eye. We have Mama 457 Rose, 30 months. Ozzy Trisha, 39 months. Thank you guys. And Krista Limited Edition, Ozzy Trisha, Naomi. There's M10 right there with the double cat eye. Then Danny ICURN, Mama 457 Rose, then Nikki White and Cheryl Moran, both gifted a membership. Then I gifted 5. Then we had Suze F, and then Suze F again, and then Suze F gifted a membership. So there you go. All right, I guess I missed that one up there. Thank you. I guess it's right there. There it is. So thank you for gifting that. We got 15 new members. Got to the goal. So thank you guys. Appreciate it. All right. Well, we'll see you guys tomorrow. This part has to be a little bit later because I have to get the, it has to be finished and then completely processed on YouTube, and then I get it. It's a pool feed, so I think anybody has the right to use it. It's not like, even if Court TV is the one filming it, they don't have exclusive rights to anything because it's a pool feed. They only want one camera in there. So that's just how it is. I don't know who you're talking about, Moofies. So, don't even know who that is. All right. Thank you guys for being here. I mean, I don't know. Are you spelling it right? Is there more of the name? Kayla. I mean, I remember the name. Like it's in here, but I don't know. Like I've never communicated with her. I don't think on the side. I mean, why are you asking that? Some people just quit watching for some reason. You know, I don't know. When you say that's her name, just Kayla, I don't remember who that. I've never. I'm not sure why, but that's not ringing a bell. Just Kayla. Oh, you mean her name is Kayla? Yeah. Never mind. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I've seen that name before, but maybe you're thinking of something else. I don't know. Anyways, thanks everybody for being here. We will see you guys tomorrow. All right. So, thanks for hanging in there. Kind of late right now. But as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Next time, I'll just let it kind of play through more. Won't talk as much. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector. Yes, thanks, mods. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Grader's gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temper fucking checked ya. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to Well, there's a true story about, Larry and Kay, like they were always on the show, just like Ann Vroom said up there. Like we had them on our show, and nobody was even talking to them, and they were on our show, and then the story started becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. I think, it was like Nate Eden and us were the only people on YouTube even talking about it. And then the case got bigger and bigger and bigger, and, they still came on one time, and then, like, 48 hours or 60 minutes or somebody signed them to something. And then they, like, one time I called Kay up, and instead of her answering, it was one of the producers and said, oh, they don't want to talk to you anymore. And then I was just so, like, dumbfounded, sort of devastated, like, what did I do? I didn't do anything. And then, like, 2 years later, I saw them at CrimeCon, and they apologized and said that they were just kind of sort of made to not talk to anybody else. And that's what kind of sucks about these, I want to just cuss right now. These huge corporation news outlets who just absolutely go in and they like buy people up, and then you can't even talk to them. It's stupid. Anyways, I've talked to them since then, so that was just really not cool, the whole thing. But they knew it wasn't really that great, and apologized. So that was cool. But it was neat. There was one interview they had me remove because it was about... No, it was actually, interestingly, the mother of JJ, I believe. The daughter, one of Kay's kids, which was a woman, she came on and she was talking about all these different things, and they didn't want that out there. I kind of wish I'd still had that. Like I just deleted it. I didn't even. I think she called in during a show or something, but then I just got rid of it because that's what they wanted me to do. But that had some really kind of insightful information in it, and we were all on top of it. We figured out exactly what happened in the case, like in the first month covering it. It's nothing different now than back then. Anyways, all right, everybody. Thank you for being here, and be safe out there.